Chapter 1947. On the surface, my brother has the most power, but there is another person who can influence and control him. This person is the Marquis of Jilu, Zhao Mu. You can say that he is the true ruler of Handan. Madame Ye continued. The power of a country's capital is controlled by a marquis. No wonder Zhao is so weak and is about to be destroyed by Qin. Seito laughed coldly. Madame Ye was silent. Continue to tell me about this Marquis of Jilu. Seito moved his body and said calmly. Zhao Mu was originally just an expert swordsman, but he had delicate features and extraordinary handsomeness. Furthermore, he was very scheming. Finally, one day, he attracted the attention of the royal brother, who made love to him. Thus, he was conferred the title of nobility and became a noble. From then on, Zhao Mu's actions became more and more out of control. Every time the king saw him, he would dress in female clothing to attract the king's attention. This made my brother dote on him even more than the queen. Gradually, he became the most powerful person in our country after Lord Pingyuan. Now only Wu Yunda, Guozong, and a few other generals can keep him in check. He doesn't care about anyone else. If you kill him, you will offend my brother and become the enemy of Zhao. Madame Ye sighed. Killing people doesn't need to be so bold. Seito laughed. Assassination? It wasn't that no one had thought of it, but even though Zhao Mu fawned over the emperor, he had never let go of his swordsmanship. Moreover, he had many experts under him, and the diners in his residence were all strange people from all over the world. Ordinary assassins couldn't get close to him at all. They would be killed by his guards. Gradually, people gave up on assassinating him. Madame Ye explained. Don't worry. I don't care about his tricks, Seito said calmly. Madame Ye's eyes flashed and she didn't say anything. Then, she immersed herself in her conversation with Seito. However, not long after, another series of knocks on the door attracted Madame Ye's attention. What is it? Madame Ye said unhappily. Madame, Marquis Jilu's men are here again. The Marquis insists on inviting you over. If you don't agree, he will have to use force to bring you over. The maid outside the room said. I want to see who has such guts. Hearing this, Seito immediately stopped what he was doing and got up from Madame Ye's body. Grabbing the blanket to cover his waist, he got off the bed and walked to the door. Creak. Seito opened the door. The maid, who was startled by Seito's appearance, instinctively let out a low cry. Go and call over the person sent by Marquis Jilu. Seito acted like a master as he ordered the maid at the door. This. The maidservant hesitated and couldn't help but look into the room. Madame Ye was slowly sitting up on the couch. Have you really thought it through? Madame Ye's eyes flashed as she asked softly. Seito laughed coldly and didn't say anything. Similarly, Madame Ye didn't say anything. However, the expression on her face kept changing. It was very obvious. She was very hesitant about the choice in front of her, but from the bottom of her heart, she still didn't believe that Seito could kill Zhao Mu. After all, the nightmare that Zhao Mu left her was too deep. It was so deep that she didn't have the courage to resist Zhao Mu. In an instant, the entire room became silent. After a while, Madame Ye sighed and called out Seito's name. However, before she could say anything, she was immediately interrupted by Seito's voice. Zhao Ye, you only have one chance to choose. You better choose carefully. Seito said softly. Madame Ye opened her mouth but didn't say anything. However, the expression on her face became even more conflicted and hesitant. Seito didn't rush her. He leaned against the door and looked at Madame Ye's naked body with interest. Full breasts, flat abdomen, fragrant grass, and a pair of long jade legs, as well as a pair of soft feet at the end. I wonder what Zhao and I, who is hiding in the palace, Zhao Qian, the granddaughter of Wu Castle, Wu Tingfang, the talented girl Ji Yanran, the female assassin Shan Ro, and Qin Qing, who should be in the Qin kingdom. Ito thought to himself. I'm sorry. I can't accompany you today. Can I find you later? At this moment Madame Ye, who had been silent, suddenly said. Her voice had a hint of pleading. This is your choice? Ito asked finally. I'm sorry, Zhao Mu is really scary. If I don't accompany him today, he will definitely think of ways to torture me. I don't want to experience that feeling again. So, I'm sorry. Madame Ye said with a face full of fear. After speaking, Madame Ye didn't dare to look at Ito's eyes. She grabbed the blanket to cover her body and ran out of the room. Ito didn't stop her and allowed her to run out of the room. After all, it was just a short-lived marriage. Although Madame Ye seemed to be moved by his teasing, the time was too short. It was only one night. It wasn't to the point where she was willing to die for him. So, it was natural that she would choose someone else out of fear. Furthermore, he had given her a chance to choose. Since she couldn't grasp it, Ito naturally wouldn't waste his breath. Madame Ye's position in his heart wasn't that high. After that, Ito shrugged his shoulders indifferently and waved his hand to summon a stream of water to wash away the filth on his body. After that, he took out a set of clothing that was suitable for the people of this era and put it on himself. In an instant, a noble family's young master appeared in the room. At this moment, a woman's surprised voice sounded from behind. Ito turned around and looked at the door. At the door, 3 pretty maids were holding a copper basin, a copper mirror and a set of men's clothes. They looked at him in shock. They probably didn't expect him to have clothes to wear. Seeing this, Ito smiled and walked quickly to the front of the 3 maids. He kissed the 3 maids on their lips and laughed loudly as he walked past them. He then walked out of Madame Ye's mansion. Even if I can't find Shan Rou in the future, Zhao Mu, no matter if it's to earn money or because of my mood, you deserve to die. Itosei thought to himself as he walked on the street, following the direction of Madame Ye's carriage that appeared in his mind. At the same time, on the other side, after traveling for a while, the carriage stopped in front of a mansion that was as luxurious as the one that Madame Ye lived in. In fact, it was even more luxurious, following which the curtains were pulled open, revealing Madame Ye, who had dressed up in a hurry. Her hair was messy and her hair was messy. She lifted her skirt and stepped out of the carriage, following which a female servant led her into the mansion. After walking for a while, she finally arrived in front of a door. The maid beside her stepped forward and pushed the door open. At this moment, Madame Ye's body trembled slightly. She lowered her head and called out softly, "Master Ho." The man who was called the Marquis was tall and healthy. He had delicate features and was very handsome. His eyebrows were like swords, piercing into his temples. His eyes were like pearls, pitch black and dazzling. When his eyes opened and closed, they would occasionally reveal a cold light that made one's skin tighten. This man was Zhao Mu. "Come in." Following which, a majestic voice rang out. Hearing this, Madame Ye's body trembled as she walked into the room. Creak. After Madame Ye entered the room, the female servant behind her closed the door tactfully. "Come over here," Zhao Mu ordered again. Madame Ye didn't dare to resist and walked in front of Zhao Mu. Following which, she felt a pain on her chin. Zhao Mu grabbed her chin and said coldly, "Why did you take so long? I'm not feeling well and my movements are a little slow. Please forgive me, Master Ho." Madame Ye forced a smile. "Not feeling well? I think you're in love and didn't want to come." Zhao Mu laughed coldly. "I wouldn't dare." Madame Ye retorted. "You're still lying to me. You think I can't smell it? You reek of sex. You're indeed a lascivious woman." Zhao Mu swung his hand and threw Madame Ye's head to the side as he said coldly. Madame Ye's face turned pale and she didn't dare to speak. "Chuan Yang." Following which, Zhao Mu called out, "My lord." In the next moment, a female servant with a youthful face walked out from the side and responded in a low voice. "Bring her down to have a good bath." Zhao Mu ordered. Yes, Master Ho. The maid named Chuan Yang replied. Just as Madame Ye was about to leave with her maidservant, a voice rang out in the room, causing her to tremble. Her face was filled with disbelief as she raised her head to look at the source of the voice. Zhao Ye, you're really cheap. You didn't even resist when he treated you like this. No wonder you were treated as a plaything by him. Madame Ye's face was full of shock and fear. Who's there? Hearing the voice, Zhao Mu immediately jumped up from the couch and rushed to the sword rack at the side. With a clang sound, he pulled out his sword and looked at the person who spoke with a vigilant expression. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that your death date is here, Zhao Mu. Sei Ito said indifferently. There are many people who want me dead, but every one of them died by my hands. I believe that you will not be an exception. Zhao Mu's eyes flickered with a cold light. He faintly assumed an offensive posture as he spoke coldly. Moreover, I really don't need to know a dead person's name. After saying this, Zhao Mu's body moved. Like a black shadow, he appeared in front of Sei Ito and pointed the bronze sword at his throat. Chapter 1948. This was naturally made by Sei Ito, but it wasn't because of Zhao Mu's resistance or Zhao Mu's swordsmanship. After all, no matter how excellent Zhao Mu's swordsmanship was, he was still at the mortal stage and hadn't reached the realm of divine skills. It wasn't exaggerated for Sei Ito, but the momentum and intention of this blow were somewhat beyond Sei Ito's expectation. Although it was in a passive situation and Zhao Mu, who was the attacker, might not even realize it, it still showed that Zhao Mu was qualified to trigger the spiritual realm. In this case, what about those swordsmanship masters who were more powerful than Zhao Mu, who were known as the Sword Sage, and the masters of various sects? Had they reached the level of being able to use spiritual power? This was what Sei Ito was concerned about, because it was completely possible to increase the upper limit of this world's martial strength. However, Sei Ito also knew that now wasn't the time to think about it. Therefore, he gently raised his arm and suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Mu's sword in a way that was clearly visible to the naked eye. He flicked his 2 fingers and hit the body of the sword before the blade. In an instant there was a crisp bang sound. Half of the sword was immediately separated from the body of the sword. It flew away and finally nailed into the wall on one side of the room. Then, Sei Ito raised his foot and kicked Zhao Mu's lower abdomen, whose pupils shrank suddenly. Bang! In an instant, Zhao Mu flew out at a faster speed than when he came. He hit the wall next to him. Crash! The cabinet that was shattered by the huge force immediately collapsed and scattered on the ground messily. Seeing the invincible Marquis being knocked down, the maidservant Chuan Yang screamed in fear. However, probably because she knew that Zhao Mu had a special fetish and was used to the Marquis's room, even though Chuan Yang screamed very loudly, none of the guards and hangers-on dared to enter the room. They were still patrolling outside peacefully. Perhaps they had never thought that someone would be able to sneak in at this time of the day without making a sound. Or perhaps he had enough confidence in Zhao Mu's swordsmanship and didn't think that any assassin could hurt him. Sei Ito felt unhappy. He turned his head and glared fiercely at Chuan Yang. Immediately after, Chuan Yang's eyes rolled up. Her complexion turned blue, and she fell to the ground. Her eyes were wide open and she lost her breath. Clearly, Chuan Yang's soul was shattered by the divine light emitted from Sei Ito's eyes. You're from the Yin-Yang school? Seeing Chuan Yang's strange death, Zhao Mu's face was filled with fear as he asked in a hoarse voice. You don't need to know that, Sei Ito said as he turned around to look at Zhao Mu. Then, he stretched out a hand and Zhao Mu's body seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand. It flew to the front of Ito Sei and finally fell into his hand. No, don't kill me. I'm willing to pledge my loyalty to you and become your slave, Zhao Mu said in a trembling voice, his face filled with fear. Ah, right. There's also Xiaoya. If you like her, I can give her to you. If you're not satisfied, I can give you many women. Princesses, concubines, and daughters of aristocratic families. As long as you tell me, I'll help you find any kind of woman, Zhao Mu said as if he had thought of something. Hearing Zhao Mu's words, Madame Fu's face turned pale. Madame Ya's face turned pale, and a wave of regret rose in her heart. She looked at Ito Sei with resentment and regret. This powerful man should have belonged to her. Because of her wrong choice, she had lost him. Thinking of this, Madame Fu's eyes couldn't help but shed tears of regret. I have plenty of women, Seito said calmly. After saying this, he released his spiritual energy and instantly invaded Zhao Mu's mind. He forcefully searched through Zhao Mu's memories. Of course, what he wanted to know wasn't some secret conspiracy. Instead, he wanted to know about the martial arts situation in this world. Unfortunately, he didn't get what he wanted. In Zhao Mu's mind, apart from knowing that he was the illegitimate son of Chun Shinjun of the Chu Kingdom and that he came to the Zhao Kingdom to take over the throne, the rest of his memories were of how he harmed women and how he killed his enemies. As for swordsmanship, he only knew that he learned it from a swordsman that Chun Shinjun hired. As for what school of swordsmanship, he didn't know. Anyway, he was sure that it wasn't from the Mo family. Tisk. After obtaining these memories, Ito Sei curled his lips and burned these useless memories into nothingness with his spiritual fire. He then broke Zhao Mu's neck and threw Zhao Mu, who had lost his life with a crooked mouth and eyes, to the ground. Bang! Hearing this muffled sound, Madame Ya, who had been in a state of regret, finally regained her senses. Darling Chin, Madame Fu pursed her lips and called out. I've already given you a chance. You didn't grasp it. You only have yourself to blame. Seito looked at Madame Fu calmly and said. I know. Madame Fu bit her lips and said, but I can help you. Help me with what? Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. I can tell others that Zhao Mu was killed by someone else. This way, no one will know the real cause of Zhao Mu's death, and my brother won't vent his anger on you. Madame Fu hurriedly said. Compared to your method, there is actually a better choice. Seito laughed softly. Madame Fu's face turned pale, and she closed her eyes as if she had accepted her fate. She said softly, If you really want to do that, I have nothing to say. Seito laughed softly and didn't make a move. After waiting for a while, Madame Fu, who still didn't feel anything, was delighted. She quickly opened her eyes and looked at Seito. Her face was glowing as she said, Darling Chin, are you willing to forgive me? Forgive? I've never been angry because of your choice. It's just that because of your choice, some opportunities won't come to you anymore. Itose said in a low voice, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Madame Fu's face changed again when she heard his reply. Her eyes were filled with resentment and regret. She then forced a smile and said, I know, Darling Chin doesn't trust me anymore. But I still want to say that I will cut off all contact with other men and serve you wholeheartedly. I will use my actions to prove my sincerity to you. Seito laughed silently and didn't say anything. Also, I have an intelligence network that covers most of Handan and Zhao. I'm willing to give it to you, Darling Chin, as long as you don't chase me away. Let me stay by your side so that I can prove my sincerity to you. Madame Fu said anxiously. An intelligence network. Seito squinted his eyes and thought to himself. As someone who was born in the future, Seito naturally understood the importance of an intelligence network. Hence, every time he attacked a new world, he would gather information about the current world. He would set up an intelligence network first. For example, when he attacked the Tang Dynasty world and the Three Kingdoms world, he spent most of his time on setting up an intelligence network. Then, he would plant spies or launch a global attack. Hence, this time was no exception. He was planning to send people out after he had settled down. He wanted to set up an intelligence network in the 7 warring states countries as well as the entire world. Hence, he was quite tempted by Zhao Yu's suggestion. After all, it was more difficult to set up an intelligence network in the Warring States period than in any other dynasty after the Qin dynasty. He couldn't fall behind in terms of languages either. At the very least, he had to master the official language of the Zhou dynasty and 7 or 8 other languages. Furthermore, there were classes and slaves in this era, as well as the hatred between countries that had lasted for hundreds of years. Outsiders who had no connections would not be able to get in, much less enter the Wang family or the Gong family. However, it wasn't that there was no solution. Seito could use the technology in the Rubik's Cube world to create a portable translation machine. He could give it to every spy who went out on a mission to help them complete this step. However, the prerequisite for creating the translation machine was that Seito had to gather information about the words and languages of the various countries. This wasn't something that could be solved in a short period of time. Hence, it wasn't as convenient as directly receiving information from the locals. "You're quite considerate." Seito laughed lightly. Madame Fu smiled gently and walked in front of Seito. She stretched out her arms and hugged his waist. Seeing that Seito didn't object, Madame Fu felt more assured. She rested her head on Seito's chest and listened to his strong heartbeat. "Thump, thump, my dear Chen, you should leave this place quickly. I will call someone to discover the situation here." After a while, Madame Fu looked up at Seito and said, "Are you sure you want to serve me wholeheartedly?" Seito looked into Madame Fu's eyes and asked softly, "Do you want me to dig out my heart for you to believe me?" Madame Fu laughed bitterly. "All right then, let me see your intentions," Seito said as he raised his arm and pressed his palm against Madame Fu's neck. In an instant, Madame Fu felt dizzy and her consciousness became blurry. "In the end, you don't believe me." Madame Fu laughed bitterly and lost consciousness. Ito Ching gently placed Madame Ya on the ground and pointed his finger at her. He cast an illusion on her body and immediately stood up straight. He activated his transformation technique and turned himself into a skinny old man. He then jumped out of the window next to him. Pa! Voila! The sound of hardwood cracking could be heard in the mansion. "There's an assassin." Seito, who was rushing out, used the imitation voice technique to imitate Chuan Yang's voice and screamed. "What?" With this scream, the entire mansion of Marquis Zhu Lu was thrown into chaos. Itsunari, who had turned into a skinny old man, did not hide. He swaggered directly to a place, and then a group of soldiers appeared in front of him. A cold light flashed in Ito-sei's eyes as he rushed to the front of the soldiers. Before they could react, he snatched a short sword and swept it across their bodies. Then, without stopping for a moment, he turned around and rushed past them. Under the gaze of another group of soldiers, he jumped over the high wall and escaped from Marquis residence of Great Deer. "Chase after him!" The soldier's face changed as he shouted. On the other side, Seito, who had escaped from the mansion of Marquis Zhu Lu, dashed into a small alley. After a few turns, he arrived at a place where there was no one. Then, he activated his spatial ability and disappeared. In the next second, Seito, who was still in the form of a skinny old man, appeared in Madame Ya's room. Peng! Seito deactivated his transformation technique and walked to the bed in the room. He lowered his body and sat down. In the end, Zhao Yu must have been very disappointed. Seito laughed softly. At the same time, in the mansion of Marquis Zhu Lu, the soldiers who were guarding the mansion finally discovered the condition of their master, Marquis Zhu Lu, Zhao Mu. They also discovered Madame Ya, who was covered in blood and looked like she was on the verge of death. "Quick, call the imperial physician," one of the soldiers shouted loudly. "Yes. Also, quickly pass on the news of Marquis Zhu Lu being assassinated to the king." "Yes." Then, the soldiers split up and rushed to the palace and the imperial physician's house. They went to find the imperial physician and report to King Zhao that Marquis Zhu Lu had been assassinated. Of course, there was nothing much to say about finding the imperial physician to save Zhao Ye. It was just a mess. On the other hand, the palace was in a state of turmoil. Thunderous anger filled the entire court. Investigate this. Investigate thoroughly. You must find that damned assassin for me. An old man, who was dressed in a black ceremonial robe, had a rather fat body and fair skin. However, he didn't seem to be in high spirits. Instead, he looked like he was about to die. It wasn't clear if he was angry because his favorite man, Zhao Mu, was killed or because his sister, Zhao Ye, was assassinated. Thinking about it, it was probably the former. After all, he didn't even love the women in his harem. Why would he care so much about his sister? Zhao Mu, who was so close to him, made his heart ache. "Oh right, how is Madame Ye?" At this moment King Zhao, who had finally thought of his sister, asked. "She is receiving treatment from the imperial physician. The details are not clear." The official who came to report replied. "Hurry up and take a look." King Zhao roared angrily. "Yes." The official replied in a panic, and quickly left the palace. Around 4 hours later, in a certain bedroom in the heavily guarded Marquis Zhu Lu's mansion, Madame Ye, who had been under the care of many maids, slowly woke up from her coma. "I'm not dead?" Madame Ye looked at the furnishings in the room and said in a daze. "She's awake. Madame Ye is awake. Quickly call the imperial physician." At this moment, a maid who heard Madame Ye's words said anxiously. Following which, frantic footsteps sounded in Madame Ye's ears. "So, I'm not dead." Madame Ye, who had finally confirmed that she wasn't dead, smiled gently. Her eyes were filled with joy as she spoke softly. Chapter 1949. That very night, a horse carriage escorted by nearly 50 solemn and dignified cavalrymen stopped in front of Madame Ye's mansion. Following which, the curtains of the carriage were lifted up, revealing Madame Ye, who was wrapped in layers of bandages. She then alighted from the carriage with the help of 2 maidservants beside her. Her footsteps were hurried as she walked into the mansion. Finally, she stopped in front of her own bedroom. "The 2 of you can leave now." Madame Ye stopped in front of her bedroom and said softly. "This." The 2 maids were hesitant and didn't know what to do. "What, you don't even want to listen to me? Do you want me to sell you off?" Seeing the 2 maids hesitating, Madame Ye's face darkened and exuded a strong sense of authority. "We don't dare." The 2 maids were frightened and their faces turned pale as they hurriedly knelt on the ground and said in a panic, "Leave now." Madame Ye reprimanded. "Yes." The 2 of them didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly replied before they got up and left. After the 2 of them left, Madame Ye's eyes flashed. She looked nervous as she stretched out her hands and placed them on the wooden door in front of her. With a little force, she pushed the door open. Creak, an ancient low sound immediately rippled through the quiet night sky. "Qin Leng!" Madame Ye called out excitedly when she saw the situation in the room. "Looks like you've understood." Sei Ito, who was leaning on the wooden bed, said softly with a smile. "Yes." Madame Ye took a deep breath and suppressed her excitement. He hurriedly strode into the room and turned around to close the door. She then looked at Sei Ito and nodded heavily. "Qin Lang is indeed very capable. I can't believe you thought of such a method to clear my name. I'm really impressed." Zhao Ye continued. "This is just a small trick. There's nothing to be impressed about." Sei Ito sat up and said, "Also, you might have to suffer for a while." "What?" Madame Ye asked curiously. Sei Ito smiled and asked, "Don't you feel that there's something wrong with your body?" "This." Madame Ye hesitated when she heard this. Speaking of this, Madame Ye's heart was filled with questions. Although her body was wrapped in bandages, she didn't feel any pain from her wounds. At the same time, her footsteps weren't as weak as other injured people. Her body didn't seem to be weak either. It was as if the injuries she suffered were fake in the eyes of the imperial physician and the maidservant. That's right. Everything was fake. It was just a smokescreen that I placed on your body to scare the people around you. As if he knew what Madame Ye was thinking, Seito continued with a smile. Camouflage? Madame Ye exclaimed in shock. Seito smiled and pointed at the ground. In an instant, a large pile of gold, silver, jewelry, and antiques suddenly appeared in the room. They were piled together like garbage. Do you think this is true? Seito asked with a smile. Madame Ye stared in shock at the items that suddenly appeared on the ground. She walked forward quickly and touched them. In an instant, she felt as if she had touched something real. A cold sensation traveled from her fingertips to her brain. Madame Ye couldn't help but look at Seito. Seito didn't say anything. He pointed at the ground again, and all the gold, silver, jewelry, antiques appeared just as they appeared. Suddenly, he disappeared, leaving behind only the empty ground and Madame Ye, who was at a loss for words. Is this true? At this point, Seito asked again. My dear Chen, could it be a deity? Madame Ye asked in shock. Seito smiled and didn't reply. However, in Madame Ye's heart, it was as if she had agreed. She was even more grateful for the decision she made at Marquis Ju Lu. Her eyes were filled with respect, just like the slaves and maids outside. Zhao Ye. Seeing the change in Madame Ye, Seito's expression turned serious as he looked at her and called out. My dear Chen. Madame Ye looked back at Seito in shock. I want the country of Zhao. Are you willing to help me? Seito asked plainly. This. Madame Ye stared in shock and didn't know what to do. However, because of the previous lesson, Madame Ye calmed down and gritted her teeth. I will listen to your orders. You are really straightforward this time. Seito laughed lightly. I won't hide it from you. I am completely disappointed in the Zhao family. Not only do they reject people who aren't from the country of Zhao, they also reject people who don't have the surname Zhao. This is the reason why the inexperienced Zhao Kuo was able to replace the great General Lian Po. This led to the tragedy of Chongping and caused the country of Zhao to decline. Now that my husband is willing to take over the Zhao country, rather than letting it fall into the hands of others, and being reduced to a prostitute, why don't I use my hands to give it to my husband? Maybe it will bring about a new change for the Zhao country, and we won't be bullied by the Qin dynasty anymore. Madame Ye sighed as she spoke softly. Hearing up to this point, Seito understood why Zhao Ye would indulge in sensual pleasures after Zhao Kuo's death. It was because she had lost all hope in her country and felt hopeless about the future. Thus, she used sensual pleasures to numb herself. However, there is one thing that I hope you can agree to. Madame Ye begged. What is it? Seito asked in return. My dear Chen, after you take over the country of Zhao, please let my Zhao family go. Even if you have to kill us, please let my Zhao family leave behind our bloodline. Madame Ye knelt down and begged. It seemed like even though she had made her choice, she still had some feelings for the Zhao family and didn't want to see them get slaughtered. I can agree to this. After a moment of silence, just as Madame Ye's heart sank, Seito's voice rang out. However, before she could reveal a happy expression, Seito's words rang out again. However, this is on the premise that they don't plot against us. Otherwise, regardless of whether they are old friends or not, I will not let them live. Seito said coldly. I understand. Madame Ye bowed her head and replied. After all, this wasn't the time when the royal family of Great Zhou was still around. The royal family didn't care about who was close to them and who was close to them. If they didn't implicate them, there would be 1 or 2 chances for them to restore the country. Hence, Zhao Ye understood that the man in front of her was giving her face. However, she also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be done a second time. If her family didn't take the bait and cause trouble, then they deserved to be killed. Who told you to not live properly and to covet riches and riches? Now, tell me what you think. Seito's heart skipped a beat as he used his spatial powers to move Zhao Ye into his arms. He then placed his hand on Zhao Ye's chest and played with it as he asked. Madame Ye was no longer surprised that she had suddenly appeared in the man's arms from the ground. However, she suppressed the shock in her heart and said, "If you want to take over the kingdom of Zhao, you must first have an identity, and it must be an identity related to the royal family. Only then can you be justified in doing things." "You're saying that you want me to change my appearance?" Seito asked. "If it's possible, then it will save a lot of trouble. However, I'm guessing that Chen Lang won't agree to this, right? Hence, we only have the second method." Koku. Zhao Ye's mouth opened slightly as her breathing quickened. "That is to marry a woman from the royal family." "You want me to marry you?" Seito lowered his head and looked at Zhao Ye. "Although I have such thoughts, I know that I'm not good enough for Chen Lang. Hence, I don't dare to hope for such a thing." Zhao Ye's face darkened as she said in a low voice, "However, there are 2 other women in the royal family who can be married off. One is my cousin, Zhao Enai, who is also the wife of Zhao Mu, the brother of my late husband Zhao Qua. The other is my brother's 3rd daughter, who is engaged to the crown prince of Wei, the 3rd princess, Zhao Qian. However, the former has been a widow for 9 years and doesn't see men easily. Apart from my brother, she also doesn't show any interest in other men. The other is young and beautiful. She also doesn't want to marry into the kingdom of Wei. However, my brother will never agree." After she finished speaking, Madame Ye paused before continuing, "As long as my dear Chen is able to marry either of them, I will be able to persuade my brother to give you an official position and extend your influence into the army. I believe that within a few years, my dear Chen will be able to become the 2nd prince of Ping Yuan country. At that time, Chen Lang will have the time to steal the kingdom of Zhao. I didn't expect you to be so scheming," Seito said as he pinched Madame Ye's chest. "I've been trained to steal and spy on intelligence since I was young. Furthermore, with my status and body, I often go abroad to collect intelligence. Apart from my brother and Zhao Mu, no one else knows about this. Now that I've revealed everything to you, Chen Lang should know my intentions." Madame Ye exclaimed softly as she looked at Seito with her charming eyes. "No wonder," Seito said in realization. "Don't worry, as long as you don't overstep your boundaries, I will treat you well. Continue." Then he said again, "Other than completing the above step, Chen Lang needs to pay more attention to Wuji." Madame Ye said, "Wuji may seem like a simple horse merchant, but his animal husbandry has already taken up half of the kingdom of Zhao. I also heard that he has activities abroad and is suspected to be in contact with the Qin people. Thus, my brother is wary of him. However, because his reputation in Zhao is too high and he has tens of thousands of generals, my brother does not dare to act rashly. He is afraid that his foundation will be shaken and other countries will take advantage of this. Thus, whether it is to steal the country or to find help, Wuji is a good target to use." Seito nodded slightly as though he agreed with Madame Ye's words. Seeing this, Madame Ye's smile grew and she continued, "Other than Wuji, Chen Lang only needs to pay attention to Guizhong and the old generals in the country because they will be a great obstacle to Chen Lang's plan to steal the country." Chapter 1950. After talking for almost an hour, Madame Ye finally finished explaining the power structure of the Zhao country. "How about this? Tomorrow you think of a way to arrange for me to meet with the Zhao king." After listening to Madame Ye's explanation, Seito sighed and said to Madame Ye, who was in his arms, "My dear Chen wants to meet with the king?" Madame Ye was surprised but immediately understood. "Yes, without a status, how can I marry Madame Enai and the 3rd princess? Indeed, I need to meet with the king to obtain a status." Seito, who had his own thoughts, smiled and didn't explain. Instead, he turned around and placed Madame Ye on top of the bed. Let's finish the unfinished business from this morning. After saying that, he tore with both hands, and another good quality robe of Chu was immediately torn into pieces, revealing Madame Ye's fair body that was hidden underneath. Madame Ye felt a chill in her body and her body trembled. She wrapped her arms around Sei Ito's neck and raised her head. She took the initiative to kiss Sei Ito's lips as he pressed down on her. In the next moment, the no longer suppressed high-pitched moans and the creaking sound of the wooden bed reverberated throughout the room. The air flowed and the room was filled with a lewd smell. 3 days later, accompanied by a strange creaking sound, a horse carriage slowly stopped in front of the Zhao country's Handan Palace. Then, the long curtains were lifted, and a woman who was as beautiful as a fairy, but also exuded a sense of nobility when she opened her eyes. She lifted her skirt with both hands and slowly walked out of the carriage. This woman was not anyone else. It was Madame Ye who changed everything. Then, Madame Ye put down her skirt and turned around. She stretched out her hand to the front of the carriage. In the next moment, a hand as white as jade stretched out of the carriage and placed it on Madame Ye's hand. Then, with a slight movement of her arm, a handsome young man wearing a brocade robe walked out of the carriage with Madame Ye's support. His gaze was calm and composed as he walked out of the carriage with Madame Ye supporting him. Who else could this young master be but Sei Ito? After that, the two of them didn't speak. Under Madame Ye's lead, they entered the palace and walked towards the palace where King Zhao was. It didn't take long. The two of them arrived in front of a large hall. "Is Brother Wang inside?" At this point, Madame Ye, who was standing at the side, was speaking to an attendant who looked like he had been castrated. In reply to Madame Ye, "His Majesty is inside and has been waiting for you for a long time." The eunuch hurriedly replied with a charming smile. Although Madame Ye had a bad reputation, she was still the most pampered sister of King Zhao. Even an inner attendant like him had to carefully serve and curry favor with a noble, so he didn't dare to be negligent. Let's go in." Madame Ye nodded and turned to look at Sei Ito. Sei Ito nodded and followed Madame Ye into the hall. In an instant, a huge hall of more than 100 square meters appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. There were braziers on both sides of the hall, and in the braziers were piles of charcoal. A gray woolen blanket was laid in the middle of the hall, extending all the way to a dark brown square table. Behind the square table, there was a man dressed in solemn ceremonial robes and a black crown on his head. His body was a little bloated and his skin was fair. However, his eyes were sunken and his lips were slightly thin. Coupled with his sleepy eyes, he seemed a little harsh and heartless, making others feel as if they were not valued. However, he had a dignified appearance, and he had the manliness of the northern lands. He was casually leaning back on a couch with his eyes closed, enjoying the breeze that was fanned by the female servants on both sides. Needless to say, this man was undoubtedly King Zhao. "Brother Wang." Seeing this, Madame Ye couldn't help but call out, "Oh, Sister Ye is here." Zhao Wang opened his eyes and looked down at Madame Ye with a smile. "How do you feel? Are you feeling better?" "Thanks to Mr. Chen's help, my body is fine now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come to the palace to see you." Madame Ye smiled. "That's good news." King Zhao smiled. Then, he turned his gaze to Sei Ito and asked, "Is this the man you want to recommend, Mr. Sei Ito?" "Yes." Madame Ye confirmed. "Greetings to King Zhao." Sei Ito clasped his hands together and raised them above his head. Then, his upper body and arms lowered to the ground as he greeted. Seeing Sei Ito's greeting, King Zhao frowned and didn't say anything. However, Madame Ye, who had been paying attention to King Zhao's expression, felt her heart tighten. She wanted to remind her lover. Then, without waiting for King Zhao to speak, Sei Ito straightened his body and looked into King Zhao's eyes. Instantly, King Zhao felt a pain in his eyes and his consciousness became blurry. However, Sei Ito's image became clearer and clearer in his heart. His figure became taller and taller, and he couldn't help but feel an urge to worship him. However, he immediately felt a jolt in his heart and was awakened by his king's heart. However, before he could fully wake up, he felt an even stronger urge to worship that figure. The urge to swear loyalty once again surged in his heart. Until a moment later, all of you are dismissed. King Zhao waved his hand to the people around him. Yes. The servants responded in unison and exited the palace. Only King Zhao, Sei To and Madame Ye remained in the palace. Dan pays his respects to His Highness. Seeing that everyone had left, King Zhao stood up and walked around the table to the front of the hall. He suddenly knelt down and bowed respectfully to Sei To. Dan was King Zhao's name. As for his surname, it was Ing. However, because his ancestors were in theft in the land of Zhao, this branch became the Zhao clan. Hence, he could tell others that his surname was Zhao. Hence, the Zhao of the Zhao country could be said to be the earliest origin of the surname Zhao. However, in the later generations the surnames were combined. Hence, it wasn't clear whether a person's surname came from the Zhao clan or the Zhao clan. Hence, there was no distinction between the origins and branches. Seeing King Zhao like this, Madame Ye subconsciously wanted to cry out in shock. However, she immediately covered her mouth with her hands and looked at Sei To and King Zhao in shock. She couldn't understand what was going on. You need to do two things, Sei To ordered. First, find a way to infect me as a marquis. Second, when I become a marquis, immediately betroth Zhao and I, Zhao Qian and Zhao Ye to me. Hearing this, Zhao Ye, who was originally shocked by King Zhao's actions, was stunned. Then, she looked at Sei To in disbelief. Her eyes revealed surprise and joy. Yes. King Zhao replied. What about the Wei Kingdom? At this moment, Zhao Ye suddenly thought of the marriage between Zhao Qian and the Wei Kingdom and hurriedly asked. Beside him, King Zhao, who had straightened up, also looked at Ito Sei with a questioning gaze. Once I become a marquis, I will naturally make arrangements. Sei To waved his hand and said, I will wait for your news at Zhao Ye's house. After speaking, he wrapped his arm around Madame Ye's waist and walked out of the palace with her in his arms. Along the way, all the men who saw Sei To's actions had looks of envy, jealousy, and hatred in their eyes. On the other hand, the women's eyes were filled with lust. They couldn't wait to replace Madame Ye. It couldn't be helped. There were very few men in the Zhao kingdom. After the Battle of Chongping lost 400,000 gold coins, the entire country almost instantly lost all of its young men, leaving only the elderly, women, and children. Even though they had recovered a little after so many years of recuperation, but compared to the number of women in the country, it was really pitifully few. The ratio was almost 7, 8, or even 10 to 1. In addition, this was the palace where men were not allowed to enter, so how could these women not feel thirsty? Seeing this, Madame Ye leaned her body even more seductively into Sei To's embrace. She was like a proud peacock, constantly showing off to others. Just like this, under the watchful eyes of others, the two of them left the palace and boarded the carriage again. Almost as soon as the curtains of the carriage closed, Madame Ye hugged Sei To's body passionately and took the initiative to kiss Sei To. She sent her soft tongue into his mouth, allowing him to suck and nibble on it. Chunlang, I really love you to death. After a while, Madame Ye's body went limp in Sei To's embrace as she spoke softly while panting. Are you satisfied? So in the future, you have to help me properly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Sei To said indifferently as he reached into Madame Ye's clothes and climbed up the mountain. Chunlang, don't worry. From now on, Ye will only be loyal to you. I will only allow you to touch me. If I go back on my words, Ye will die a horrible death. Zhao Ye said emotionally. To the ancient people who believed in oaths, this was the heaviest promise they could make. Of course, the reason why Zhao Ye was so resolute was not only because she was emotional, but also because she was frightened by Sei To's methods in the palace. Thus, she used such an oath to express her loyalty and cut off all paths of retreat in her heart so that she could truly be loyal to him. Seito smiled lightly as he lowered his head and sealed Zhao Yu's lips, sucking on them without restraint. Chunlang, wait for me for a while. After a while, Zhao Yu's face was flushed red as she spoke coquettishly. Then, she struggled to sit up in Seito's embrace and took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. She tidied her clothes and got out of the carriage again. After half an hour, she finally returned to the carriage. However, at this moment, a mature, dignified, and charming young woman appeared beside Zhao Yu. The mature and dignified young lady was about the same age as Zhao Yu. She was about 24 or 25 years old and wore a plain robe. Her face was lightly powdered and her expression was calm and composed, as if she was well-mannered. The other charming and beautiful woman was younger, about 15 or 16 years old. She wore a dark-colored silk dress, her face was light pink, and she wore a golden hairpin in her hair. Her black hair was combed neatly, and she exuded the aura of a lady from a wealthy family. Almost instantly, Seito understood the identities of these two people. Chapter 1951. P.S. Thanks to Lig, Boring Lord, and Million Lion for their precious monthly vote. These two people were none other than Madame and I, Zhao and I, and the third princess, Zhao Qian. Seeing the person sitting in the carriage, Zhao Ni's brows frowned slightly, and her footsteps subconsciously stopped. Sister, what are you doing? Come in. Seeing Madame and I stop, Zhao Yu was stunned for a moment, then she understood. She grabbed Madame Ni's wrist and half-forced her into the carriage. Sister, this doesn't make sense. Madame and I said. At this time, Zhao Qian, who was behind Madame and I, also entered the carriage and saw Seito. Her face blushed slightly. She lowered her head and silently sat down at the side. In this way, the innermost corner of the carriage was Seito, Zhao Yu sat next to Seito, Zhao and I sat on Zhao Yu's left, and opposite Zhao and I, Seito's right, sat Zhao Qian. Fortunately, the carriages in the spring and autumn period were very big, like the small private rooms in the future, about 5 to 6 square meters in size. Although it wasn't too spacious for 4 people, it was more than enough to not feel crowded. Aya, what do you mean by not making sense? We will be a family soon, no problem. Zhao Yu laughed. Then, without waiting for Zhao and I, who was frowning, to speak, she shouted outside the carriage, "Start the carriage, return to the residence." "Yes, madam." The carriage driver outside responded. Then, the carriage shook slightly, and everyone rushed back to Madame Yu's residence. Sister, what do you mean by what you said before? At this time, Zhao and I asked in an unfriendly tone. Come, let me introduce you to Sister and Qian. This is Chun Yi, a powerful person with shocking means. Zhao Yu laughed, and didn't immediately answer Zhao Ni's question, but pointed to Seito beside her and introduced him to the two. He greets Madame and I, third princess. Seito smiled at the two of them. Zhao and I didn't speak, and looked at Seito lightly. Zhao Qian lowered her head slightly as a form of greeting. The reason why I was in the palace just now, other than to visit my royal brother, was because I wanted to see him. He wanted to recommend Mr. Chen to him. The result is also very good. His Majesty has already recognized Mr. Chen's talent and is preparing to bestow him the title of Marquis at an appropriate time. He has also betrothed me, my elder sister and Qian to Mr. Chen as his wife and concubine. After the three of them greeted each other, Zhao Yu smiled and answered Zhao Ni's question. What? Zhao and I and Zhao Qian exclaimed in disbelief. The former was because he didn't expect that his royal brother wouldn't ask for his opinion. Thus, she chose a new husband for herself. The latter, on the other hand, was surprised that her father valued this Mr. Chen so much that he would go against the agreement with the Wei Kingdom and marry her off to him. How can Brother Wang do this? Zhao and I said angrily. Why not? Zhao Yu sneered. Sister, don't you understand? In Brother Wang's eyes, women like us are first things that can help him win over talented people, and second, we are sisters that he respects and dotes on. After all, Brother Wang is the king of the Zhao kingdom. Then, Zhao Ye sighed softly with emotion. After hearing Zhao Ye's words, Zhao and I, who was originally filled with anger, couldn't help but fall silent. So, in order to prevent Sister and Qian from being at a loss and unable to recognize your husband, I made my own decision. I invited Sister and Qian to meet Mr. Chen in the name of an invitation so that they can get to know each other beforehand. We can also get to know each other and get to know each other. After a pause, Zhao Ye no longer hid her body and leaned on Sei Ito. She smiled as she looked at Zhao and I and Zhao Qian, who were sneaking glances at Sei Ito from time to time. It's my first time meeting the two of you, so I didn't prepare anything. I'll give you 2 gifts as a token of my appreciation. At this time, Sei Ito flipped his palm and 2 bracelets made of high-purity crystals appeared. He handed them to Zhao and I and Zhao Qian respectively. Sister and Qian are so lucky. You've just met Mr. Chen and you've already received such treasures. I've been recommending you and building bridges for half a day, but I haven't received a single gift. I'm really jealous. Zhao Ye's eyes lit up as she looked at the crystal bracelets in Sei Ito's hands. They could be considered as treasures in the world, as she said half-jokingly. I can't accept such a valuable item. Zhao and I shook her head. When Zhao Qian heard this, she forcefully suppressed the emotions in her heart and slowly shook her head. Although this matter hasn't been announced yet, since Brother Wang has already agreed, the marriage between Sister and Mr. Chen is already set. Why should Sister refuse? Just accept it. As Zhao Ye spoke, she reached out and took one of the crystal bracelets. She leaned over and grabbed Zhao Ni's arm, forcefully putting the crystal bracelets on her wrist. When Zhao and I revealed a hesitant expression because of the bracelets, she secretly turned her head and gave Sei Ito a look, indicating for him to follow. This kind of behavior was completely like selling one's sister or niece. Regarding this, Sei Ito naturally wouldn't object. He moved his body in front of Zhao Qian and smiled at Zhao Qian, who happened to look over. When Zhao Qian blushed and lowered her head, he reached out and grabbed Zhao Qian's wrist, putting the crystal bracelets on her wrist. Very beautiful, Sei Ito said softly. Thank you, Zhao Qian said shyly. Sei Ito secretly squeezed Zhao Qian's hand and gave her an ambiguous smile. Only then did he let go of her hand and return to his original position. Sigh. Zhao and I first looked at the crystal bracelets on her wrist, then raised her head to look at Sei Ito. In the end, she helplessly sighed and didn't resist Zhao Ye's arrangement. She silently sat by the side and turned her head. Her eyes were absent-minded as she looked at the rippling curtains of the carriage. No one knew what she was thinking about. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't say anything. He only looked at the youthful and beautiful Zhao Qian from time to time, using his gaze to tease her. From time to time, her cheeks would blush and she would lower her head, making her look like an ostrich. In this moment of silence, the carriage slowly drove towards Madame Ye's residence. However, at this moment, a violent tremor accompanied by the neighing of a fierce horse was suddenly transmitted into the carriage. Ouch! Under this sudden violent shaking, Zhao Ye, Zhao and I, and Zhao Qian, who were unable to defend in time, immediately swayed. She fell into the arms of Ito-sei, who came forward bravely. Are you guys alright? Sei Ito lowered his head to look at Zhao Ye and Zhao Qian, who were in his embrace, as well as Zhao Ye, who had fallen into Zhao Ye's embrace. Zhao and I, who was in Sei Ito's embrace, asked softly. We're fine. Zhao and I and Zhao Qian, who had regained their senses, blushed and hurriedly sat up from Sei Ito's embrace. What's going on? Immediately after, Zhao Ye also sat up and angrily shouted towards the outside of the carriage. Is Madame Ye sitting in the carriage? My master, Xiaoyuan Kuan, would like to invite Madame Ye to accompany him on a tour of Handan. At this moment, an unfamiliar male voice filled with energy was heard from the outside of the carriage. "Tell him I'm not free." Madame Ya's expression changed slightly and secretly glanced at Seito, who was beside her. She then said with a face full of disgust and determination, "Madame is so angry." A frivolous, unfamiliar voice replied. Hearing this voice, both Zhao Ye and third princess Zhao Qian's expression changed slightly. Then, with a sound of "Io," the figure of a well-built man lifted the curtain of the carriage without being invited and leaned into the carriage. Seeing Seito in the carriage, the man frowned unhappily. However, after seeing Zhao Ye, Zhao Enai and Zhao Qian at the side, a lustful light rose in his eyes and his face revealed a repulsive smile. "So Madame Enai and third princess are also here. That's great. I wonder if I can have the honor of inviting Madame Enai and third princess to travel with Madame Ye?" The man ignored Seito's existence and continued to invite. "No need. It's rare for us sisters and nieces to have the opportunity to gather together, and we have some personal matters to discuss. We won't disturb Xiaoyuan Kuan's mood, please forgive us." Zhao Enai replied with an indifferent expression. "That's right, so we can only disappoint Xiaoyuan Kuan's good intentions." Zhao Ye smiled. Xiaoyuan Kuan's face stiffened after being rejected by the two. He laughed dryly to avoid the awkwardness, and then looked sharply at the person sitting in the carriage. Seito, who was surrounded by beauties, asked, "May I know who this is, Chen Yi?" Seito replied indifferently, "Chen Yi? My apologies, forgive my bad ears, but may I know who you are?" Xiaoyuan Kuan sneered and asked again. "This has nothing to do with Xiaoyuan Kuan, right?" Zhao Ye frowned and said in a low voice, "It has nothing to do with me, but for the safety of the princess and the two madams, I have to find out his background and determine if this person is dangerous or not." Xiaoyuan Kuan retorted without any trace of politeness. Zhao Ye's voice choked on the spot. "Since you want to know so much, I'll fulfill your wish." Seito sneered. With that, he flicked his finger and a gust of wind hit Xiaoyuan Kuan's forehead. As if he was hit by a truck, Xiaoyuan Kuan's body immediately flew back uncontrollably and rushed out of the carriage. He slammed into a warrior outside the carriage and rolled pathetically with that person, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. "Wah! Kill him!" Xiaoyuan Kuan, who was used to being domineering, had never suffered such a loss. His face immediately turned ferocious as he ordered the guests on his left and right. "Yes." As soon as these words were spoken, the henchmen responded in unison as they rushed towards Madame Ye's carriage and surrounded it. "Wait for a moment, I'll go deal with the small fries outside." Seito stood up and said to Zhao Ye, Zhao Enai and Zhao Qian in the carriage, "You be careful." Zhao Qian said softly with a slightly red face, "Don't worry, Qian those people outside definitely won't be able to harm your future husband. Just wait and watch the show." After personally witnessing how Seito killed Zhao Mu and what kind of strange methods he had, Zhao Ye, who was very confident in Seito, laughed out loud. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Enai and Zhao Qian on the side also looked at Itose curiously. Seito smiled at the two of them, bent down and walked out of the carriage and stood on the shaft. "Kill him!" Seeing Seito appear, Xiaoyuan Kuan, who had been helped up from the ground, shouted fiercely, "Kill!" As soon as the words fell, the surrounding 5 or 6 strong men of different stature immediately launched an attack on Itose. Huge fists and thick legs immediately appeared beside Seito. Seito, who was in the middle of the attack, didn't dodge. He sneered and reached out to grab the leg of a muscular man that was kicking at him. Then, he swung the muscular man up like a sledgehammer. In an instant a "hoo" sound was heard. The few muscular men that were attacking Seito were immediately sent flying with a series of "ping-ping" sounds. They fiercely fell on the ground 2 to 3 meters away and kicked up a large cloud of dust. That valiant and heroic image immediately made Zhao Enai and Zhao Qian, who were peeking inside the carriage, opened their beautiful eyes. A wave of emotions surged in their hearts. It was very clear that, to the women of ancient times, a heroic man with superb martial arts was absolutely attractive to them. On top of that, if he also had good looks, then he was basically the same as the beautiful men of the modern era. If he also had good literary talent and good taste, then as long as he had the heart, no woman in the world would be able to escape from his evil clutches. This was also the main reason why a guy like Xiang Xiaolong could do so well in this era and have endless women. Then, Saito casually threw away the muscular man in his hand and looked down at Xiaoyu Kuan, who had a panicked expression. His eyes emitted a cold light as he said in a cold voice, "Zhao De, this time I'll spare your life because of Lady Pingyuan. Next time, if you provoke me, Zhao Ye, Lady and I or the third princess, even if the king stops me, I'll take your dog life and throw your corpse to the dogs on the streets." Xiaoyu Kuan, who was threatened in this way, looked as if he had seen a dye house. One moment it was white, the next it was red, the next it was green, the next it was green. In short, it was very interesting. "Humph," Saito, who had finished speaking, coldly snorted and turned to the carriage driver beside him. "Return to the residence." "Yes," the carriage driver said respectfully. Saito ignored the carriage driver and ducked into the carriage. "Chunlang, you know Lady Pingyuan?" Zhao Ye asked with an unpleasant expression. "I've heard of her, but I've never seen her." Saito sat down next to Zhao Ye and felt the slight shaking of the carriage as it began to move again. He chuckled. "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" "Yes, I'm jealous." Zhao Ye leaned her body against Saito and said in a sweet voice, "You must know that she and Lady Pingyuan are sworn enemies. So if Chun Lang wants to marry Lady Pingyuan, she'll definitely not agree no matter what. Moreover, even my sister and Qian probably won't agree." Then, as if she didn't have enough strength, Zhao Ye dragged Zhao and I and Zhao Qian into the water. "Sister, what nonsense are you talking about?" Zhao Ni's pretty face reddened and said with slight anger. As for Zhao Qian, she lowered her head with a red face and didn't say anything. Chapter 1952. P.S. Thanks to Rose, Martial Emperor, and Always Late, for their precious monthly votes. Other than the matter with Prince Xiaoyuan, there were no other obstacles along the way. The carriage arrived at Madame Ye's residence without a hitch. At this time, Ito Mori was the first to get off the carriage. He stood beside the carriage and stretched out his hand in a very gentlemanly manner. He helped Zhao Ye, Zhao and I, and Zhao Qian, who looked shy, get off the carriage and entered the mansion together. Finally, they stopped in a hall. Zhao Ye summoned a maid and prepared a sumptuous meal. At least for this era, it was a sumptuous meal of meat, vegetables, and wine. Forget it, Zhao Ye. Get someone to take everything away. This time, I will let you see what is called good food and wine in this world. Saito, who had had enough of the taste and monotonous cooking methods of this era, as well as the wine that was similar to water, couldn't help but speak up. Then you will wait and see. Zhao Ye, who still remembered Saito's ability to point out gold, said hurriedly as her eyes lit up. After that, she summoned the maid again and took away the food and wine that had just been placed on the table, leaving only 4 empty tables in front of each of them. During the Spring and Autumn Warring States period, Qin, Han, and Three Kingdoms period, the aristocratic families and royal families who followed the ancient customs had always used the Western food sharing system. It was only during the Tang and Song dynasties that they gradually changed to sharing food, which had continued until today. After that, Saito smiled at Zhao Ye, Zhao and I, and Zhao Qian, who were looking at him curiously. With a thought, 4 or 5 dishes that were still emitting steam and fragrance, as well as a palm-sized white porcelain bottle and 2 transparent glass cups, instantly appeared on the tables in front of the 4 of them. This attracted the gazes of the 3 of them. This, among them, Zhao Enai and Zhao Qian were even more stunned as they looked at the things and food that had suddenly appeared in front of them. They were tongue-tied and couldn't say anything. "Come, have a taste." Seito picked up the chopsticks on the table and invited them with a smile. Then, he immediately picked up a piece of food from the plate and put it into his mouth to chew. With Seito taking the lead, Zhao Ye and the other two, who could no longer resist the temptation of the aroma, picked up their chopsticks one after another. They carefully picked up some food from the plate and elegantly put it into their mouth. In an instant, Zhao Ye and the other two's movements paused, their faces involuntarily revealing a shocked expression. "How is it?" Seito, who had poured himself a glass of wine, asked with a smile. "After this, I won't be able to eat the food I used to eat." Zhao Ye looked at Seito with a resentful expression and said softly, "Yeah." Zhao Enai, who happened to be shocked by the delicacies, answered subconsciously. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately came back to his senses and turned his head to the side in embarrassment. "Chunlang, you have to take responsibility for this." Ignoring Zhao Enai, Zhao Ye said coyly, "Well said." Seito smiled and said, "Now, let's have a taste of these wines." Then, with a wave of his arm, the white porcelain bottles on the table of Zhao Ye, Zhao Enai, and Zhao Qian immediately floated up on their own. The lid and the body separated and tilted. A wisp of clear spring-like liquid was poured into the glasses, which were also considered extremely precious in the eyes of the people of this era. After a moment, when the wine was poured, Seito raised his glass and invited, "Please." Chunlang is indeed a celestial being. The items that he casually took out, they are all rare treasures in our eyes. Zhao Ye picked up the wine glass on the table and sighed with a shocked expression. However, although her voice was low, in this quiet room it was still clear and audible. Therefore, immediately, Zhao Enai and Zhao Qian, who were admiring the glasses in their hands, looked at Seito with shock and disbelief. "Sister Qian, this time we are in luck, so we must seize it." Zhao Ye, who noticed their expressions, looked at them and said with a smile, "Come, let us toast to you." Then, Zhao Ye turned to Seito and raised her glass. Zhao Enai and Zhao Qian came back to their senses when they heard that. Their faces blushed and they raised their wine glasses. Obviously, under this continuous shock, even the rational Zhao Ni's mind was a little shaken, not to mention the young Zhao Qian. None of them refuted Zhao Ye's words and made a gesture of tacit agreement. "Please." Seito smiled. Then, he raised his head and drank all the wine in the glass. Zhao Ye, Zhao Enai, and Zhao Qian followed suit and raised their heads to drink the wine in the glass. However, in the next moment, all three of them turned red, turned around, and coughed violently on the ground. Obviously, even if Seito specially took out the low-alcohol liquor, it was still too strong for the women of this era. They couldn't get used to it in a short time, so the three of them couldn't help but cough violently. Phew, what a strong liquor! After a moment, Zhao Ye, who was used to drinking, was the first to get used to it. Her cheeks were red as she sighed. At the same time, Zhao Enai and Zhao Qian, who still felt that their throats were a little uncomfortable, nodded in agreement. "Come, eat a few more mouthfuls," Seito said. Just like that, under the influence of good food and wine, as well as Madame Ye's adjustment, the four of them happily enjoyed this sumptuous meal. However, at the same time, because of the high alcohol content, Zhao Ye, Zhao Enai, and Zhao Qian were all drunk. In the end, under the service of Zhao Ye's 8 personal maids, they were carried into the room and placed on the big bed that was big enough for 5 to 6 people to lie on. They fell asleep soundly. On the other hand, Seito, who had become a loner, put away the things that he conjured and returned to the front room that was connected to the bedroom alone. He laid down on the low bed that was big enough for one person to lie horizontally and started to rest as well. After that, they didn't talk for a while and in the blink of an eye, it was already night time. Accompanied by a seductive moan, Madame and I, Zhao and I, sat up from the bed with her hand on her forehead. Where is this? Zhao and I, who was still a little hungover, looked at the unfamiliar environment in a daze as she whispered to herself. However, she immediately recalled something and a flash of realization appeared in her eyes. Oh right, this is Sister Ya's mansion. Thinking of this, Zhao Ni's expression changed and she quickly lowered her head to check the clothes on her body. Although it looked a little messy, it was still her clothes and no one had touched it. Only then did she let out a long breath and relax. These two people. Then, Zhao and I turned her head to look at Zhao Ye and Zhao Qian, who were lying on both sides of her, and chuckled softly. Then, she gently moved off the bed, put on her shoes and stood on the ground before walking out of the room. You're awake. However, just as Zhao and I walked to the front room, a familiar male voice suddenly rang in her ears, giving Zhao and I a shock. Greetings, Mr. Chen. Thinking of her embarrassing situation, Zhao and I bowed and greeted. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Seito looked at Zhao and I and smiled. I'm a little thirsty. Zhao and I replied softly. And it's getting late. I should go back to the palace. You don't have to worry about the palace. After you got drunk, I already asked Zhao Ye's maid to inform the Queen's palace that you and the third princess will be staying here today. Seito put the bamboo scroll in his hand aside, and flipped his palm to produce a cup of water. He walked to Zhao and I and handed it to her. Thank you. Zhao and I took the cup shyly, thanked him and took a small sip. Seito leaned forward slightly and put his head in front of Zhao Ni's face and said softly, So beautiful. Mr. Chen. Zhao and I leaned back slightly but was immediately stopped by an arm that suddenly appeared at her waist. She said helplessly. Just like Yer said, although it will take some time, the matter between you and me has already been settled. So, you don't have to call me Mr. Chen anymore. Just like Yer, call me Darling Chen or husband. Seito looked down at Zhao and I in his arms and smiled. Zhao and I turned her head to the side and said hesitantly, This, sir, can you please respect Zhao Ni's reputation? All right then. Ito Mori, who knew the truth of haste, let go of Zhao and I. He turned his head and held her hand to prevent her from breaking free. Then he pulled her to the wooden couch and said softly, I heard from Yer that Zhao and I is proficient in several languages. It just so happens that I need to learn some foreign culture recently. I wonder if Zhao and I can teach me? This. Sister Ye knows it too, right? Zhao and I asked curiously. For women from noble families like them, although they were not required to be very knowledgeable, they still had to master several languages. Not only was it convenient for communication, but it was also so that when they married into another country in the future, they would be able to understand the local language. Even Zhao Ye, who had been trained as a spy since childhood, needed to master 1 or 2 languages of the 7 countries. In this regard, Seito naturally understood. After all, he had lived with Zhao Ye for so many days. He had troubled Zhao Ye a lot to find bamboo slips from various countries and people who were proficient in various languages. He learned from them, recorded them, and transmitted them back to the Rubik's Cube world so that the researchers, spies, and ninjas inside could learn and try to develop translation tools. It's just that in this way, he would lose an opportunity to communicate with Zhao and I, so Seito naturally would not stupidly say it out loud. Therefore, he only smiled at Zhao and I and skipped the topic. Then, he pulled her to the side of the bed and sat down with Zhao and I. Come, help me see how to read these words. Seito did not wait for Zhao and I to dodge. He directly picked up the bamboo slips that he was looking at before and handed them to Zhao and I to let her explain. This is the language of the Song country that has been destroyed. These words are Ye, Song, Li Yin. This whole sentence is. Zhao and I, who only thought that Seito was really asking for advice, patiently explained to Seito. But before she could finish the sentence, she felt her body tighten, and she fell into Seito's arms again. Chapter 1953. Reading at night is indeed a different kind of fun, Ito said softly. The warm breath from his mouth blew on Zhao Ni's cheeks, making her cheeks itch. Her cheeks couldn't help but become red. Teacher! Zhao and I called out angrily. But before she could say anything, her delicate lips were immediately sealed by Ito's large mouth. His tongue rushed forward, entering Zhao Ni's mouth, skillfully tangling with Zhao Ni's resistance. In the world of Sun Qinji, Zhao and I was a naturally dignified and polite person. Even her husband was extremely respectful to her when he was alive, strictly adhering to ancient etiquette. Every month, they only shared the same bed for one night, and did not make any physical contact outside of the bed. When had she ever encountered this kind of excessive invasion? She wanted to resist, but she quickly retreated in defeat under an unprecedented stimulation. She subconsciously let out a low moan. Hearing this low moan, Ito felt as if he had heard a call to charge. The movements of his hands became even more unrestrained. First, he used strength in his arms to carry Zhao Ni's body horizontally into his embrace, making her sit sideways on his legs. Then, his arms slid, pushing out from under Zhao Ni's clothes, directly sliding down to her smooth and plump chest, grasping it. Instinctively, Zhao and I used her hand to press down on the strange big hand on her chest. However, Ito understood that this was only Zhao Ni's instinctive reaction to the sudden attack. It wasn't that she was truly unwilling. Thus, Ito did not hesitate and continued to move on Zhao Ni's body, teasing Zhao and I even more. After a moment like this, Ito, who felt that Zhao Ni's anger was about to dissipate, gently let go of Zhao Ni's lips. Zhao and I opened her small mouth due to her hurried breathing. She weakly opened her beautiful eyes, as if she was resentful, and rolled her eyes at Ito. Then, she immediately closed her eyes in embarrassment. Seeing this, Ito immediately understood. Without hesitation, he lowered his head and kissed Zhao Ni's lips again. While kissing and entangling with her, his hands moved continuously. He untied the belt on Zhao Ni's body and took off her clothes one by one. During this process, Zhao and I, who had completely let go of all her reservations, did not resist and allowed Ito to do as he pleased. Soon, a beautiful body as white as sheep fat appeared in front of Ito's eyes. Then Ito used his instant transmission to take off his clothes, and slowly pressed Zhao and I under his body, and began to attack with all his might. Zhao and I was a chaste woman who usually kept her chastity. Once she was aroused, she was often even more uncontrollable than a slut. As a matter of fact, the lust and love that had been accumulating for a long time were triggered at this moment like a flood. The seemingly endless melodious singing and the creaking of the wooden couch immediately reverberated throughout the entire front hall. And, after an unknown amount of time, accompanied by a low moan, Zhao Ye woke up from the water. But before she could completely regain her senses, a moan that was extremely familiar to her entered her ears. Zhao Ye's expression was slightly stunned. She sat up from the bed in a daze, put on her shoes, got off the ground, and walked towards the direction of the sound. However, just as she turned around to screen, a figure hiding at the side and peeping suddenly entered her sight. Qian Er. Zhao Ye's expression was a little surprised as she called out softly. Not sure if it was because the voice was too soft, or because the obscene sounds floating in the room were too loud, Zhao Qian, who was hiding at the side and peeping, did not hear Zhao Ye's call. She still looked forward as if she was hiding and peeping. "Little girl, you're thinking of love." Zhao Ye chuckled. Then she moved to Zhao Qian's side and peeked outside. In an instant, two bodies that were covered by the gauze curtains and were lying on the wooden couch fiercely colliding with each other immediately appeared before her eyes. Zhao Ye, who saw this, did not understand what was going on. She immediately smiled foolishly and whispered to herself, "This woman finally can't hold it in anymore." Zhao Qian, who heard Zhao Ye's whispers, was shocked. She subconsciously turned around and was about to let out a low cry. However, before she could make a sound, a palm immediately covered her mouth. It was Zhao Yu's palm. "Don't speak, or your aunt and I will die of embarrassment," Zhao Yu whispered to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian quickly nodded and was released from Zhao Yu's hand. "Is it nice to see?" Zhao Yu glanced at the scene outside and teased. Instantly, Zhao Qian's face turned red and she lowered her head in embarrassment. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Once it's done, you'll have the same experience. If he wants, us aunt and niece will have to serve him together." Zhao Yu spoke softly as if she had experienced it before. Hearing this, Zhao Qian's gaze fell back onto the two people who were engaged in intense activity. Her mind could not help but imagine the situation that Zhao Yu had described. Then, her cheeks immediately turned rosy. "Aunt Ye, I'd like to relieve myself. I don't know where else I can get out of here." Zhao Qian quickly retracted her gaze and whispered shyly, "Come with me." Zhao Yu smiled softly and stepped forward to hold Zhao Qian's hand. She then led her to the other side. Time flew by and a night passed in the blink of an eye. It was now the next day. In an awkward and ambiguous atmosphere, the four of them quietly had their breakfast. "Yer." Just then, Sei-Ito called out. Zhao Yu looked suspiciously at Sei-Ito. "I'll give you a few things later. Bring them to the palace and hand them over to King Zhao. I believe that with these things, the conferment and marriage will be much simpler," Sei-Ito said. "What are they?" Zhao Yu asked curiously. On the side, because this could be said to be a matter related to themselves, Zhao and Zhao Qian also looked at Ito-sei with puzzled eyes. Sei-Ito did not pretend to be mysterious. He smiled and a few things appeared on the ground. Among them, there were a few that were repeated. There was a U-shaped iron product, a dozen or so metal needles that were nailed all over the bottom and long in the middle, and then there was a long belt with half-moon-shaped iron pedals on both sides, which looked like a saddle and a pile of fine dust. "What are these?" Zhao Yu was puzzled. "Horseshoes and iron nails for horseshoes, saddles and stirrups, as well as cement that can harden sand into walls in a short period of time," Sei-Ito explained with a smile. Then, Sei-Ito explained in detail the functions of these things to Zhao Yu, Zhao and Zhao Qian. "Chunlang, are you serious?" Zhao Yu asked in shock. "Of course." Sei-Ito smiled. "I'll teach you how to use them later. You can teach them to King Zhao and let him use them to demonstrate to the officials." "Okay. As long as these things can achieve the desired effect, even if it's a little lower, I'm confident that I can get Chun Lang a title of lord," Zhao Yu said with glowing eyes. The reason why Zhao Yu was so confident was because of the country of Zhao's situation. As one of the northern countries that resisted the Xiongnu, the Zhao country had always been harassed by the Xiongnu, and most of them were defeated. It was only when the Zhao Wuling king decided to change the style of the Han dynasty cavalry that there was a significant change, and they were able to resist the Xiongnu. However, it was also because of the long years of Xiongnu's invasion that the Zhao's cavalry strength had increased to an unprecedented level. This was why Zhao became one of the 7 heroes of the Warring States period. However, just like the previous dynasties before the invention of horseshoes, the Zhao's war horses also suffered from the 2 serious injuries of horseshoes and broken hoof. As a result, the consumption of war horses did not decrease and almost reached the level of a few hundred horses a year. This seriously affected the development of the Zhao's cavalry. At the same time, this was also the main reason why Zhao relied too much on the Wu family. Apart from the fact that half of the livestock in the country was taken up by the Wu family, it also required the Wu family to provide a sufficient number of horses every year. From this, one could see the importance of horseshoes and nail horseshoes to Zhao. This was a technology that could change the strength of a country. Just this merit alone was enough for Sei-Ito, a commoner, to become a duke, not a duke from the later generations. Now, with the addition of the saddle and stirrups that could greatly shorten the maturity time of the cavalry, it was absolutely easy and joyful to become a duke. Moreover, there was also the cement that could affect war and the development of the country. Being a duke was really not a big problem. At most, he could marry 3 royal daughters at once. On this point, the elders might have some objections. After all, no matter what, as the 3rd princess, Zhao Qian still had a marriage agreement with Wei. Due to the strength of Wei, they would not easily allow King Zhao to pass this request. As for Lady Ye and Lady Anai, they were just 2 married women. Although they had the status of royalty, it was not that important. Other than causing a heated discussion, it would not cause any opposition from the officials. Also, you should also tell King Zhao that I am the murderer of Zhao Mu and let him spread the news. As for the reason, just say that Zhao Mu is a traitor of Chu and his goal is to replace King Zhao. After pausing, Saito continued. Ah! As soon as his voice fell, Zhao Qian and Zhao Anai at the side let out a cry of surprise. Saito and Zhao Ye turned to look at Zhao Qian and Zhao Anai. No, nothing. Zhao Qian hurriedly shook her head and said. However, the gaze that she looked at Saito with was filled with a lot of emotions. At the same time, Zhao Ni's eyes were filled with more tenderness. These are the evidence. You can give them to King Zhao together. Saito did not mind and said as he waved his hand, and a pile of silk cloth appeared on the ground. These things were naturally the toys in Zhao Mu's mind. However, Saito used the visualization method to reproduce them. However, whether it was the content inside or the notes of some letters, it was no different from the real thing. Okay. Zhao Ye, who had seen what Saito did to King Zhao, did not hesitate and nodded happily. Chapter 1954. P.S. Thanks to Boring Saint, Evil Blade, and Soaring Eagle for their precious monthly vote. Things went as Saito expected. After 3 to 4 days of verification, the entire Zhao kingdom came to a consensus. They agreed to give Saito the title of Marquis of Julu, replacing Zhao Mu with the title of Marquis, and taking Su Ye and Anai as his wives. However, Princess Zhao Qian was adamantly against marrying him. As for the title of Marquis, that Zhao Ye had promised beforehand, it was rejected by the court officials. It couldn't be helped. The status of women during the Warring States period was too low. Even though Zhao Ye was the royal sister and was doted on by King Zhao, she still didn't have much power in the court. As for the title of Marquis, it was a title given to people who had both land and official positions in the court. For example, Xinling Marquis, Pingyuan Marquis, Chunshan Marquis, and so on. Therefore, to a certain extent, a marquis was a person who fought with the old officials in the court for meat and won. The old officials and members of the imperial family naturally wouldn't like this person and wouldn't want such a person to appear again. Therefore, it was only natural that such an outcome would occur. Sorry, Chunlang, I wasn't able to complete the task. Zhao Ye said to Saito with a face full of guilt after returning to the mansion. Don't worry, I expected this. When I go to the palace tomorrow to receive my title, I will naturally have a way to deal with those old guys. Itose stretched out his hand and pulled Zhao Ye, who had walked in front of him, into his arms. He put his hand into her clothes and held Zhao Ye's plump and elastic breasts. While playing with them wantonly, he sneered. It's time to teach those old guys a lesson. They actually dared to call me a rude slut in front of Brother Wang. They shouldn't have privately discussed the matters of the court. They should have gone back to their mansions to reflect on their mistakes. They are too hateful, Zhao Ye said with a face full of resentment. As expected, no matter who you offend, you should never offend a woman. Especially a woman who has the ability and loves to hold grudges. Oh right, go lie down in the palace later. Go talk to Zhao Qian and tell her not to worry. Tell her that she will definitely become my woman, Saito said with a smile. Darling Chen is really good to Qian. Zhao Ye pouted her lips and said with a jealous look. You're jealous of your own niece. You're really jealous. Seito clenched his fist. Zhao Ye felt the pain and laughed softly. Yes. It's all Ye's fault. Ye shouldn't be jealous. I won't do it again. Zhao Ye stole a glance at Seito's expression and realized that he wasn't angry at all. She quickly put on a charming smile and said, just like in women's training, although there was no such rule during the Warring States period, it was common knowledge that jealous women would not have a good ending. It was not because they were angered by their husband's family divorced. They would either be hated by their whole family or be sold or punished for some reason. Being beaten to death had happened before. Therefore, in order to not cause trouble for themselves, all the women in this era were extremely obedient. Even if they were fake, they still had to maintain a facade. Don't worry, darling Chen. Qian is Ye's niece. How could Ye not care? After the court meeting was settled, she went to see Qian and settled her down. Now, she's probably waiting for darling Chen's miracle to happen. Zhao Ye paused and changed her position so that Seito could have more fun with her. You're so considerate, Seito said with a smile. In addition, Mr. Chen, Gu Ye's spies have reported that the Wu's people are very interested in cement, horseshoes and other things. They may send a letter to visit you after you receive the title. Mr. Chen, you have to make some preparations. Then, Zhao Ye's expression became serious and she said, I heard that Wu Tingfang is the #1 beauty in the Zhao kingdom? Seito raised his eyebrows. Yes, that woman is too flirtatious. Even I feel ashamed of my inferiority when I see her. Why, darling Chen wants to take her in. Zhao Ye asked while looking at Seito's face. For the time being, the Wus are still useful to me. If possible, I don't mind giving the Wu's daughter a wife and forming a marriage alliance with them. Seito nodded slightly and admitted. Yes, although darling Chen has contributed the horseshoes technology, the Zhao kingdom's dependence on war horses cannot be completely eliminated in 1 or 2 years. Moreover, the Wus control half of the livestock industry in the Zhao kingdom. They have a great influence in the Zhao kingdom. If used well, they can help darling Chen obtain the Zhao kingdom better, Zhao Ye said to herself with a look of realization. Seito smiled and did not deny it. How are the places I asked you to prepare? Seito then asked. The places have been chosen. They are in the suburbs of Handan and in the south of the city. They are not far from Ye's mansion and can be reached in a moment. If darling Chen wants to use them, you can arrange them at any time, Zhao Ye replied. Is that so? Let's go. Take me to the suburbs to have a look, Seito said as he pulled his hand out and stood up. Okay. Zhao Ye straightened up and tidied her clothes. She left the house and went to the courtyard of the mansion. She ordered the coachman and carriage to come over. Outside the mansion, she sat in the carriage and drove towards the suburbs. Just as Zhao Ye said, in less than half an hour, the carriage stopped in front of a wasteland where a few mud huts and farmers lived. Then Zhao Ye and Seito got out of the carriage and stood beside it. Where was this place before? Ito Seiji asked in a low voice as he looked around, only to find that it was empty. This was the fief that Brother Wang gave to me. However, after Zhao Kuo's death, it was left unused and has been maintained in this state. Darling Chen, please feel free to use it, Zhao Ye replied. Seito nodded and released his psychic energy to scan the surroundings. How big is your fief? Seito asked as he scanned the area. Everything within this perimeter is my fief. It is around 8,000 mu, Zhao Ye said proudly. Indeed, 8,000 mu of land was not a small number. It was 2 to 3 times larger than the fiefs of ordinary scholar officials and officials. With the current situation of food production in this era, it was not a problem to feed 1,000 people. Moreover, this was a precious piece of land in the suburbs of Handan City. It could be seen how much King Zhao doted on Zhao Ye. Not bad at all, he said after a while. After a while, Sei Ito withdrew his psychic energy. He did not find anything wrong with this piece of land and nodded. "Let's go and take a look at that place in the city," Sei Ito said. Zhao naturally had no objections. She and Sei Ito got back into the carriage and headed towards the city under the coachman's guidance. In the next moment, he stopped again. "Madam, sir, we've arrived," the coachman reminded them from outside. Hearing this, Sei Ito and Zhao did not hesitate. They immediately got out of the carriage and got off. In an instant, a mud house that was more than 10 meters wide appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. Following this, Sei Ito opened the door and walked in. Then, a spacious environment appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. The space was very large. It was close to 100 square meters. There were no decorations inside and it was completely empty. "What was this place originally?" Sei Ito asked. "It was originally a shop that belonged to a merchant from the state of Qi. However, it was later bought by a merchant from the state of Zhao to sell some Chu goods. A few days ago, Serchen said that he wanted a good shop, and I thought that this place was suitable. So, he got someone to buy this shop," Zhao Ye, who had followed him into the house, explained. Although she spoke casually, how could Sei Ito not understand? The so-called transaction must have involved the use of power. Otherwise, why would such a good shop be sold? However, Sei Ito did not care about this. After all, Sei Ito was not a saint. He did not have the leisure to care about the situation of unrelated people. "Very good. You did well." Sei Ito nodded and said. "Then, Serchen, are you not going to reward this servant?" Zhao Ye leaned against Sei Ito's body and said in a soft voice. "Come here," Sei Ito said with a smile. Zhao Ye's face lit up and she quickly walked in front of Sei Ito. At this moment, her eyes lit up. A very beautiful silver-white necklace that reflected the sunlight outside appeared in front of Zhao Ye. It was a cypress gold necklace with a small diamond at the bottom. Then, Ito-sei stretched out his arm and put the necklace around Zhao Ye's neck, while Zhao Ye was looking at him with joy. "How is it, Serchen? Does it look good?" Zhao Ye asked anxiously. "See for yourself," Sei Ito said as he stretched out his arm. A mirror immediately appeared in his hand and he handed it to Zhao Ye. "Ah!" Zhao Ye, who had seen her appearance so clearly for the first time, was startled and unconsciously let out a cry of surprise. However, it was immediately replaced by joy. She grabbed the mirror and held it in her hand, admiring her appearance in the mirror. "Since you like it, this is also for you," Sei Ito said with a smile. "Really? Thank you, Serchen. This servant loves you to death." Hearing this, Zhao Ye's face immediately lit up. She quickly stepped forward and hugged Sei Ito's body tightly, taking the initiative to give her fragrant lips. Sei Ito did not hesitate. He lowered his head and kissed her. Their tongues skillfully and intensely tangled together. A few minutes later. "All right, let's go back and be beautiful." Sei Ito let go of the panting Zhao Ye and smiled. Then, the two did not stay in the shop for long. They turned around and left the shop, boarded the carriage, and returned to Madame Ye's residence under the coachman's driving. As for the following erotic, lingering, and licentious acts, it was needless to say. The next morning, after eating the delicious Sei Ito made by the cook in the residence, Zhao Ye and Zhao Ye sat in the carriage and moved to the palace in the center of the city. A moment later, the carriage stopped in front of the palace's main gate. Sei Ito and Zhao Ye got off the carriage. Under Zhao Ye's lead, they entered the palace and went straight to the main hall where the court was located. This was a very large building, covering an area of more than 200 square meters. There were a large number of armed guards around. There were very few decorations inside. In addition to the braziers placed on both sides of the main hall for warmth in winter, there was only a large wooden screen with a dragon totem drawn in the style of the Zhao kingdom behind the throne at the innermost end of the hall. Two maids holding large feather-long staffs stood on the left and right of the screen, protecting King Zhao, who was sitting in front of the screen and behind it. On the left and right of King Zhao, there were more than 10 male officials of different ages sitting respectively. They were wearing official robes, their bodies were upright, and their eyes were lowered as if they were meditating and sleeping. It was difficult to tell what they liked or disliked from their calm faces. This commoner Chen-yi, concubine Ye, greets your majesty. Sei-to and Zhao Ye both bowed politely. Sir, please get up. King Zhao did not dare to be arrogant. He quickly got up and helped them up. Thank you, your majesty. Sei-to and Zhao Ye looked at each other and smiled. They immediately stood up from the ground. Chen-yi. At this time, King Zhao sternly shouted. This commoner is here. Chen-yi bowed and replied. Player Chen-yi, the joy of the Zhao kingdom. He is young and talented. His intelligence is shocking. He knows how to use horses' feet, stirrups, and saddles. He can reduce the consumption of cavalry and increase the speed of troops. He also knows how to use clay to build the Great Wall. He can be rewarded with the title of a vassal of a country, a huge deer, and 1,000 gold coins. He can be married to Princess Ye and an eye of the royal family. His beauty is excellent, and he can be looked forward to in the future. King Zhao's expression was solemn as he spoke loudly. In plain language, it could be summed up in one sentence. Chen-yi, a good person from the Zhao country, has great talent at a young age. He has contributed a great service by offering horseshoes, stirrups, stables, and cement. He can be conferred the title of a vassal of the country, a land of great deer, and a reward of thousands of gold. He can make Zhao Ye and Zhao and I to his wives, and Zi will reward him, hoping that he can make more contributions in the future and so on. Thank you, your majesty. Sei-to and Zhao Ye said in unison. At this point, Sei-to officially had his first identity in the Warring States period. He was Marquis Zhu Lu of the Zhao kingdom, and the in-laws of the Zhao clan. Then, Sei-to stood up and looked around at the scholars and officials of the Zhao kingdom. At the same time, these scholars and officials also raised their heads and looked at Sei-to standing in the middle of the hall. However, at this time, Sei-to suddenly sneered and released his psychic energy. Without any hesitation, it pierced into the minds of the people around him. Instantly, the officials felt a pain in their heads and their consciousness became hazy. It was not until a moment later that they came back to their senses. However, at this time, the way they looked at Sei-to was completely different from before. There was no longer any disdain or judgment in their eyes. Instead, they were filled with respect. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in the wrong place, they would have immediately prostrated themselves on the ground like King Zhao and shouted, "Greetings, your majesty." Just like that, all of the upper echelons of the Zhao kingdom were in his hands. Sei-to had secretly taken over the Zhao kingdom. Following this, Sei-to bowed and said, "Your majesty, this subject wishes to marry Princess Qian. Your majesty, please allow it." This. King Zhao purposely revealed a trace of hesitation and looked at the people in the hall. After seeing that none of the officials had any objections, he happily said in a loud voice, "This humble one allows it." In 3 days, Princess Qian, and Princess Qian will be married to Marquis Zhu Lu. Thank you, your majesty. Sei-to continued to put on a show. All right, you can leave. Remember to quickly set up the cement field. King Zhao also put on a show. Yes, your majesty. Sei-to replied. Chapter 1955. Who's that old man on the right of King Zhao? Sei-to suddenly asked after they left the palace. That's the encyclopedic master appointed by Brother Wang when he inherited the throne. I remember he's called Fanxing. Why? Zhao Ye asked. That person isn't simple, Sei-to said softly. When he used his spiritual power to capture the consciousnesses of all the officials in the palace and modified their consciousnesses, he encountered resistance. Although it wasn't very strong, it still surprised Seito. After all, this was the first person Seito had encountered who could use spiritual power so proficiently since he entered the Qin Quest world. Do you know his background? Seito asked again. I'm not sure. Probably only Brother Wang knows. Zhaoye shook her head. I see. Then let's go to Brother Wang's place and wait for him, Seito decided as he grew more and more curious about the encyclopedic master. In this regard, Zhaoye did not refuse. She led Itosei to the palace that King Zhao often went to. Halt. This is the king's sleeping palace. Unrelated people are not allowed to enter. Just as the two of them arrived in front of the palace, two soldiers brandished their weapons and blocked their path. Move aside. Don't you recognize me? The chi shifter was used to pointing at Zhaoye and shouted straightforwardly. We naturally know Madame's identity, but this person. The two soldiers were in a difficult position. This is the king's newly conferred Marquis Zhu Lu. Remember this. We have a secret matter to discuss with the king here. Move aside if you don't dare to hurry. If you delay this matter, be careful of your heads, Zhaoye said loudly as she pointed at the two guards' noses. The two guards looked at each other. In the end, they helplessly withdrew their weapons and let Zhaoye and Seito in. However, immediately after, one of the guards left his post to report the situation to King Zhao. Less than 10 minutes later, King Zhao appeared in the sleeping palace with a series of hurried footsteps. Dan greets my lord. Seeing Seito sitting peacefully inside, King Zhao bowed and greeted. Get up. King Zhao was King Zhao after all. He was someone with status. He had to show a certain amount of respect to such a person, not to mention that he was going to marry his sister and daughter. Thus, whether it was for public or private reasons, it was not good to let Zhao Wangjin kneel down. Thus, he waved his arm and released a stream of air, holding Zhao Wangjin up. May I know why Master is here? King Zhao stood up and asked cautiously. Who is this encyclopedic teacher of yours? Seito asked. My lord, he is a hermit that I hired when I was young. Because when I first ascended the throne, he was too young and was unable to handle all the affairs of the court. Thus, he invited 3 knowledgeable people to assist him in the court and set up the post of encyclopedic scholar to settle him down. Mr. Fan is one of them, Zhao Wang replied. Then do you know his background? Seito asked again. If I remember correctly, he seems to be from the Qi Kingdom. As for which sect he is from, I don't know, Zhao Wang replied after thinking for a moment. Then what about the other 2 encyclopedic scholars? Seito continued asking. They have already died, Zhao Wang replied. Seito nodded and ordered, have someone call Fanzing here. Yes, Zhao Wang replied. He turned and walked to the entrance of the hall, where he summoned a guard and had him call Fanzing. Then, he walked back. Is the jade annulus of He clan still in your state of Zhao? Seito asked again. Yes, Zhao Wang replied. Take me there, Seito said as he stood up. Yes. His consciousness had already been altered. Zhao Wang, who had taken Seito's orders as an imperial edict, didn't hesitate and immediately replied respectfully. Then, he led Seito and Zhaoye out of the palace and toward the royal treasury. Along the way, the 3 of them didn't speak. They quietly arrived in front of the royal treasury. It was a building that wasn't very large. It was even a little inconspicuous compared to the surrounding buildings, as if it was an old house that no one used. However, the security around it was extremely tight. There was a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. They faintly surrounded the entire house. Their bows were drawn, and they were pointing at the various doors and passageways. Your Majesty. Seeing Zhao Wang and the other 2 arrive, the guards at the door knelt and greeted them. Open the door, Zhao Wang ordered. Yes. The guards complied and stood up. Using their combined strength, they slowly pulled the thick and heavy door open to both sides, revealing a passageway that led to the inner room. Seeing this, Zhao Wang didn't hesitate and led Sei To and Zhao Ye inside. The path wasn't long, only about 3 or 4 meters. They quickly walked through it. Then, their eyes lit up. A room filled with all kinds of strange bronze wares, exquisite items, sacrificial items, and other miscellaneous toys appeared before Sei To and the other two. Without stopping, Zhao Wang walked straight to the innermost part of the room. Finally, he stopped in front of a square wooden box that was half a meter wide, more than 10 work points thick, and painted red and black on the surface. "My lord!" King Zhao stepped aside and bowed as he called out. Sei To didn't say anything. He silently walked up to the square box and opened it with both hands. In an instant, a piece of deep green jade that was wrapped in a soft luster was revealed. It was a huge piece of jade that flickered under the illumination of the room's lanterns. It was the Baoyu He clan jade annulus that had been roughly polished into the shape of a wall plate. Sei To placed the box lid in one hand and extended his other hand to lightly touch the jade seal that had yet to be forged into the jade seal of the wall of He clan. In a flash, he felt an abnormally warm sensation pass through his palm and into his heart. Soon after, a strange energy that was similar to the energy on the Great Tang's wall of He clan, but even more vigorous and primitive, emerged and began to roil over the surface of the wall of He clan like clouds. As expected of an immortal stone from the outer world, Sei To softly said. With a wave of his arm, he used the heaven and earth sleeve to put away the wall of He clan. After doing all this, Sei To turned to Zhao Wang and said, "I'm taking the wall of He clan with me." "Yes," Zhao Wang replied with a lowered head. "Brother Wang, what is this?" However, at this moment, along with Zhao Ye's question, a melodious melody that was as beautiful as the sound of an immortal could be heard clearly from a synthesizer. Upon seeing this box, Zhao Wang's calm face suddenly flickered. He hastily walked up to Zhao Ye and took the box. "This is a treasure passed down from my ancestors, but I don't know what it's called." But when Sei To saw the pitch-black 5-story pagoda rising from the box and the music coming from the pagoda, his face turned even stranger. "Damn, is this really the world of the Qin clan? How could there be something like this inside?" Sei To inwardly cursed. "How come I didn't know about this?" Zhao Ye asked in confusion. "You were probably too wild when you were young and didn't pay attention," Zhao Wang half-heartedly said. "The illusory sound treasure box," Sei To indifferently said. As soon as these words were spoken, King Zhao's body immediately trembled. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, as if he was a patient with a fever. "Illusory sound treasure box? Are you talking about this thing?" Zhao Ye asked in astonishment. Sei To didn't say anything and slowly walked up to Zhao Wang and took the illusory sound treasure box from his hands. "Azure Dragon's 7 mansions?" Sei To glanced at Zhao Wang and said. Upon hearing these words, the latter's body trembled violently as if a taboo had been broken. "Oh, it seems that there are still some secrets in this world that I don't know. Zhao Dan, can you tell me?" Itosei turned his head and looked at Zhao Wang with a smile and said softly. Zhao Ye looked at the trembling Zhao Wang and Sei To, who had an evil smile on his face. She finally realized that she had discovered something incredible, and it was related to the entire country of Zhao. The so-called Azure Dragon's 7 mansions are actually 7 locations that correspond to the heavenly stars. The location that my country of Zhao knows is the Taihang Mountains, which correspond to the high position of the 7 mansions. Legend has it that there is an underground palace deep in the Taihang Mountains, and there is a secret room in the palace. As long as the illusory sound treasure box is placed in the center of the secret room, something can be opened. Furthermore, there are 6 other locations that are similar to the secret location in the state of Zhao. They are in the hands of the kings of Yan, Qi, Chu, Wei, Han, and Qin. At this moment, the pale-faced King Zhao finally opened his mouth to explain. "Do you know what it is that can be opened?" Sei To raised his eyebrows. I don't know, but it is said to be some kind of power that can change the world. Zhao Wang shook his head and replied. Sei Ito made a sound of slight disbelief. In the process of passing down the secret from one generation to the next, not everyone can accurately pass down the secret. If there is an accident during the process, it is possible that the secret will be lost. Thus, even though our country of Zhao was lucky enough to pass down the secret, there are still some areas that are not correct. For example, we do not know the location of the underground palace, and the correct method to open the illusory sound treasure box in the secret room has also been lost. Naturally, we do not know what the real thing is. Zhao Wang bitterly smiled. Hearing this, Sei Ito could roughly guess what the accident that Zhao Wang was talking about was. Although it was not like the Warring States period in Japan, it could not be said that there was no such thing. Thus, it was not a problem for one or two true princes or inheritors to die during this period of time. In addition, there were wars between the feudal lords, and each country's royal family was constantly changing, so it was difficult for the secret to be passed down. At the very least, the country of Jin was divided between the three countries of Zhao, Wei, and Han. The country of Qi was also replaced by the Jiang surname by the Tian family. The country of Chu was now without an heir, and Li Yuan and Chun Shinjuan's son were forced to inherit the throne. Chapter 1956. Knowing that Lord Zhao really didn't know more, Ito Sei didn't force him. Anyway, he already knew about the underground palace in Taihang Mountain from Lord Zhao. At worst, he would spend some effort to search for it later. Ito Sei didn't believe that in this era, there was no force that could resist his search. But because of this, Sei Ito didn't know what to do with this world. This is great. Even the legend of Qin has joined in. In that case, the school of Inyang is no longer just a simple historian, astronomer, and seasonal official, right? There should be people who have mastered the Inyang forbidden arts, right? There's also the school of Moism. That mechanical city should also exist, right? Oh right, there's also the Korean assassin group and their secret art, the fire charm art. Sei Ito thought to himself. Thinking of this, Sei Ito's heart moved. He asked Zhao Wang again, "Is there a swordsman from the school of Moism called Yan Ping among your subordinates?" "There seems to be such a person." Zhao Wang tilted his head and thought for a while before answering. In the past, he had been obsessed with men and messed around with Zhao Mu every day. He didn't know the situation in the sect at all. Zhao Mu had used the opportunity to get many people in. Although some of them did leave some impression because of their great reputation, he couldn't remember most of them clearly. But obviously, as the leader of Zhao Imo, Yan Ping's name made Zhao Wang remember him. "Master wants to see him?" Zhao Wang asked. "Yes, there are some things I want to confirm with him. But there's no rush. Let's leave here first. Let's go see your Bowen Fanzing." Sei Ito nodded. But at this time, Sei Ito, who already knew that the legend of Qin had infiltrated this world, had already guessed Fan Zheng's position. Then Sei Ito put away the phantom sound treasure box and brought Zhao Ye and Zhao Wang back to Zhao Wang's palace. In King Zhao's bedchamber, there was a thin man with an aged face and white hair. However, his eyes were bright and spirited. An old man who looked like an energetic young man was sitting in the palace, quietly waiting for King Zhao's return. It was encyclopedic knowledge teacher Zheng. When Fan Zheng saw King Zhao and Sei Ito arrive, he immediately prostrated and respectfully said, "Greetings, master." "Greetings, king." "Get up," Sei Ito said. "Thank you, my lord." Fan Zheng thanked Sei Ito and straightened up. He watched as Sei Ito sat down across from him. After all, this was the palace of the state of Zhao. Even if his identity was secretly the ruler, he still had to disguise himself on the surface. Naturally, it was not good for him to sit on the throne directly. What if someone barged in at this time? He couldn't hypnotize them one by one, right? At the same time, Zhao Ye sat down beside Seito. Fanzing. Which family are you from? At this time, Itosei asked. My lord, I am from the Yin-Yang family. Fanzing lowered his head and replied. This was the answer that Seito had expected. During the Warring States period, apart from the Taoist and Yin-Yang schools, which had gradually split into different factions, Seito could not think of any other family that was researching and developing psychic power. Yes. Perhaps now, there were also those in the legend of Qin who were proficient in illusions and astrology. Why did you come to the state of Zhao? Seito asked again. I was ordered by the leader to observe the state of Zhao. To see if the state of Zhao has the power to change the world, Fanzing replied. So your Yin-Yang school has been preparing to abandon the house of Zhou for a long time? Seito asked softly. Yes, Fanzing nodded and admitted. This was normal. After all, the house of Zhou had declined. Although they still maintained the imperial name, their decrees could not even leave Luoyang, let alone spread to the world. As a result, even though the house of Zhou had many official positions, such as historian, astronomer, and priest of the Four Seasons, the Yin-Yang school's heart had begun to change. They were preparing to find a new master to serve and continue their teachings. Then do you know the Yin-Yang arts? Seito asked curiously. My lord, this subject is from the Yang school. I am only proficient in astronomy and literature. I have not grasped the Yin-Yang secret arts, Fanzing said. Yin school, Yang school? Seito repeated. Yes. In the Yin-Yang school there are two factions, the Yin school and the Yang school. They respectively pass down the teachings of astronomy and literature, and the Yin-Yang secret art. However, the leader of the upper echelons is the same person. He is the commander with the title of Tai. Below him are the left and right guardians, the fifth elder, and below them are the ordinary disciples. Fanzing explained the structure of the Yin-Yang school. Zhou Yan, who is currently promoting the beginning and end of the five virtues in the state of Wei, is one of the prominent representatives of the Yin-Yang school. Fanzing then used the famous people of the present era as examples. That can't be right. Since the Yang school specializes in astronomy and literature, you shouldn't not know any secret arts, right? Seito frowned. We do, but it's not the Yin school's secret arts that can be used in battle. It's astrology that specializes in predicting disasters, Fanzing explained. That's more like it, Seito thought to himself. If they didn't even know astrology, how could these prominent members of the Yin-Yang school become the head of the Heaven Appraisal Bureau in the future? However, the only difference between the descendants of the Yin-Yang school and the officials of the Heaven Appraisal Bureau in the future was that the descendants of the Yin-Yang school of this era mastered astrology that could be used to predict certain things. It wasn't the ordinary astrology of the future that simply calculated time, latitude and star orbit. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. The Yin-Yang school's last legacy only lasted until the beginning of the Han dynasty. The successors after that were all under the guise of a few schools of thought. By the time the Wei and Jin dynasties arrived, they had completely disappeared. Only the descendants of the Yin-Yang school, who were under the guise of Taoism, were still alive and had left behind all kinds of legend. On the other hand, Japan had completely inherited the Yin-Yang school of worship system from the state of Qi. They developed the shrine system and the Yin-Yang school system and even made it into a national religion. After a pause, Seito asked again, how do the Yin-Yang school members usually communicate with each other? The Xian school members communicate through normal letters. The Yin school members don't know. As the secret branch, they can only look for us, not us, Fanzing said with a bitter smile. All right, you may leave. Seito nodded and said, yes. This subject will take his leave. Fanzing replied and left the bedroom. After Fanzing left, Seito turned his head and ordered King Zhao, who was sitting on the main seat, I will also be leaving. Have someone inform Yan Ping to meet me at Zhao Ya's place. Yes. King Zhao replied. Then, Saito stood up and left the bedroom with Zhao Ya, who had also stood up. On the way out of the palace, Saito said to Zhao Ya, who was in his arms, "The wedding is in 3 days. During this time, it is not appropriate for me to see Qian, and Zhao and I. You go see them." All right. Thinking that she would officially become the wife of the person next to her in 3 days, Zhao Ya, whose heart was filled with joy, agreed with a smile. Go. Saito patted Zhao Ya's butt and said with a smile. Zhao Ya charmingly rolled her eyes at Saito and walked towards the back palace with her waist bent. Soon, she disappeared from Saito's sight. Saito, who had turned back into a human, did not stay in the palace any longer. He directly left the palace and sat in the carriage waiting outside. The coachman drove the carriage back to Madame Ya's residence. Go back to the palace and wait for Madame, Saito said to the coachman after getting off the carriage. Yes. The coachman replied. He then shouted again and drove the carriage back to the palace. After watching the carriage leave, Saito did not stay at the entrance and walked back into the residence. At this time, a young and beautiful female servant walked to Saito's side and softly reported, "Sir, the Wu family and Great Shang's Guozhong just sent people to deliver a letter of greeting. They hope to see you." Send someone back and say that I will be at home in the afternoon and evening. Tell them to come over. Saito casually replied. Yes. The maidservant replied softly and agreed. Okay, I don't need anyone to serve me for the time being. You can leave. Saito waved his hand. Yes. The female servant's face showed some disappointment. She replied and turned to leave. Together with this female servant and 7 other obedient and beautiful female servants, they were all carefully selected by Zhao Ya from all the female servants in the residence. They were responsible for taking care of Zhao Ya and Saito's daily life. They were also responsible for Saito's pleasure when Zhao Ya needed it or when it was inconvenient for Zhao Ya. Therefore, every female servant was very eager to have sex with Saito in order to stabilize their position and live a better life. After half an hour, a new female servant came to Saito's room. She bowed and reported, "My lord, a swordsman who claims to be from the Amo family, Yan Ping, has come to the residence and says that he wants to see you." "He's here? Take me there." Saito put down the bamboo scroll in his hand and stood up. Yes. The female servant replied and led Saito to Yan Ping's room. In less than 2 minutes, Saito saw Yan Ping in a room with a screen and decorations on both sides. It looked like a room for a banquet. Yan Ping was not short. He was about 1.78 meters tall. He was skinny and wore hemp clothes. He wore a pair of straw sandals that exposed his fingers. His face was cold and solemn. He seemed to be in his 30s or 40s. His entire body faintly emitted a sharp sword aura. He looked like he did not want anyone to get close to him. However, when he saw Saito arrive, he still forced a smile on his face. He stood up and cupped his fist. "Mo family's Yan Ping greets Marquis Jilu. Mr. Yan, please stand up." Saito raised his arm and said. Yan Ping did not insist. He stood up and looked at Saito as he walked to the innermost seat and sat down. "Mr. Yan, please sit," Saito said. "Why did the Marquis summon me?" Yan Ping sat back down on the cushion and asked with a puzzled expression. "It's very simple. I want to ask Mr. Yan about the Mo family." Saito smiled. Chapter 1957. In the normal living room, there were several exquisite crystal lampstands with exquisite workmanship, as if they were not of this world, placed around the room. They were emitting a rootless light, and the light was so bright that it lit up the originally dim living room. A multi-story crystal tower lamp hung from the ceiling, similarly emitting a magnificent light, making the hall seem like an ethereal palace. An octagonal square box was placed on the wall on the right side of the hall. The bottom of the box was as big as a futon, and it had a 5-tiered, pitch-black tower inside. The tower rotated and slowly played a piece of music that sounded like a celestial being. Beside the low table, there were a few exquisite transparent objects and a white vase with an ink painting on its surface. It was unknown what function it had. "Mr. Guo, Mr. Wu, Steward Tao, don't be in a daze. Please take a seat." As the owner of the mansion, Zhao Ya's eyes were full of pride as she greeted the three with a smile. She had completely forgotten that her reaction when she first saw these things was no different from theirs. "We were impolite." After being called by Zhao Ya, the three finally recovered from their shock and looked at each other. They bowed and apologized, then separated and sat down at the low table on the left and right. "Xiao Zhao, have someone serve the dishes." After the three sat down, Zhao Ya turned to the maid beside her and said, "Yes, madam." Xiao Zhao replied and slowly left the hall. "Madam's house is truly magnificent. It doesn't seem like other people's realm." At this time, Tao Feng, who had the lowest status among the three, suddenly praised. Then, he changed the topic. Instead, he asked, "But forgive my poor eyesight for not being able to recognize the origin of these things. Could Madam explain a thing or two to me?" These things were all given by the Marquis. This Madam also doesn't know what these things are called or where they come from. Zhao Ya said with a proud smile. Tao Feng, Wu Yuan, and Guo Zong's eyes flashed, and their gazes fell on Sei To, who was sitting beside Zhao Ya. "This is a crystal glaze cup. It comes from an overseas country and is not something from the Central Plains," Sei To said with a smile. "So that's how it is." The three of them suddenly understood. However, they secretly made up their minds to get in touch with the new Marquis of Julu and see if they could get the exclusive rights to these crystal lamps from him and make a huge profit. At the same time, many female servants walked into the room and came to the table of Wu, Guo, and Tao. They placed exquisite dishes that they had learned from later generations on the table. For a moment, a rich aroma drifted in the hall, attracting the attention of the three people. "Men, pour wine for the three gentlemen." At this moment, Zhao Ya ordered again. As soon as he finished speaking, three of the female servants standing by the side walked over to Guozong, Wu Yuan, and Tao Feng. She gently took the white porcelain bottle on the table and opened the lid. She poured the clear and transparent wine into the cup beside her. Whoosh! A rich wine aroma immediately filled their nostrils. Then, their eyes lit up as they stared at the wine in their cups with sparkling eyes. Obviously, as great merchants, Wu, Guo, and Tao immediately realized the commercial value of the wine in their cup. "Come, let's drink this cup first." Sei To raised his cup and raised it. "To the Marquis." Zhao Ya, Wu Yuan, Tao Feng, and Guozong also raised their cup. They raised their cups. As soon as they finished speaking, they raised their head. They finished the wine in their cup. However, in the next moment, Guozong, Wu Yuan, and Tao Feng's faces turned red as excitement appeared on their faces. "Good wine!" Wu Yuan and the other two, who had caught their breath, exclaimed in unison. "Marquis, does this wine also come from the overseas country?" Guozong could not help but ask. "That's not it." Sei To smiled. Guozong's eyes lit up as he stared at Sei To, waiting for him to continue. Wu Yuan and Tao Feng did the same. "This wine was brewed by me using a secret method. I did not need to go out to sea to find it." Sei To did not let the three wait and continued. "Marquis is indeed talented. Not only do you have many achievements in the military, but you are also so skilled in the entertainment industry. I am impressed." Guozong praised. However, before Sei To could reply, Guozong continued, "Forgive me for being presumptuous, but how much is this wine produced? Is it for sale?" "I'm afraid I will have to disappoint Mr. Guo," Sei To said calmly. "I do not intend to sell this wine. I intend to keep it at home to supplement my family's finances. After all, I cannot compare to the two of you. My family is rich and prosperous. Guozong and Wu Yingyuan, who were originally disappointed, felt their hearts tighten as they looked at Sei Ito with caution. They really did not understand what this newly promoted Marquis of Ju Lu meant by this. Was he trying to get some benefits? Or was he preparing to do something to their two families? For a moment, the hall, which had been very lively just now, immediately became quiet. However, at this moment, Sei Ito suddenly smiled and two rays of light shot out from his eyes. In an instant, they pierced into the eyes of Wu Yingyuan, Guozong, and Tao Fang, who were carefully observing him, entering the depths of their consciousness. Wu Yingyuan, Tao Fang, and Guozong felt dizzy as their impression of Marquis of Ju Lu underwent a complete change. They were no longer as cautious as before. Instead, they were filled with the desire to sacrifice themselves for Sei Ito. Then, Wu Yingyuan, Guozong, and Tao Fang all turned and knelt down, respectfully calling out, "Greetings, Lord. Rise." Sei Ito said calmly, "Thank you, my lord." The three of them expressed their gratitude, straightened up, and sat back down at the short table. "Although I've seen it a few times, Chern Lang, your bewitchment technique is truly frightening. Just by looking at them, you can make them change their minds and become loyal to you. It's truly frightening." Zhao Ye, who was next to Sei Ito, sighed softly. "If I didn't need it, do you think I would be willing to do this?" Sei Ito curled his lips and said. This was Sei Ito's truth. If he didn't need it, he really didn't want to use this kind of method to control people. Although it helped him a lot, it also made him lose a lot of the fun of fighting with others. Thus, the more time passed, the more unwilling he became to use this kind of method. Similarly, there were also methods to steal secrets like mind-reading and soul-searching. Wu Yingyun, Guozong. Then, Sei Ito called out their names. "Your subordinates are here." The two people who were called out hurriedly responded respectfully. "Tomorrow, send your spy leaders to my residence. I have other uses for them." Sei Ito said calmly. "Yes." The two people responded in unison. In addition, Wu Yingyuan, Guozong, send your daughters Wu Tingfang and Guoxiuer here tomorrow. 3 days later, they will marry me together with Madame Ye, Madame and I, and Princess Zhao Qian. Then, Sei Ito ordered again. "Yes, Lord." Wu Yingyuan and Guozong still responded. "All right, have a taste of these delicacies." Sei Ito waved his hand and said. Only then did the two people get up and taste the delicious food on the table like normal people. From time to time, they would exclaim in admiration, "Congratulations, Mr. Chen. You've taken in 2 more beauties," Zhao Ye said with a displeased expression. Seeing this, Sei Ito laughed and reached out to hug Zhao Ye's soft body. He explained in a low voice by her ear, "Although I can use hypnosis to control Wu Yingyuan and Guozong, they are not the only members of the Wu and Guo families. Thus, even if those people do work for me under their orders in the future, they will not truly be loyal to me. They will still be loyal to the Wu and Guo families. However, if I marry Wu Tingfang and Guoxiuer, it will be different. Just like how I can obtain the identity of a fake Zhao if I marry you, Zhao and I, and Qian'er, I can also obtain the identity of a member of the Wu and Guo families. This way, I can be considered half a member of the Wu and Guo families. The servants under me will naturally do their best. They might even change their allegiance to me after a slight setback. This is much more effective than simply controlling Wu Yingyuan and Guozong. This servant understands. I was just in a bad mood just now and made a small fuss. This servant has made my lord spend a lot of effort." Although she did not say anything, she was very happy with Sei Ito's explanation. Feeling that the man beside her really cared about her, Zhao Ye's heart was filled with joy. She said softly with a gentle expression, "Although you and I are united for mutual benefits, as husband and wife, we naturally need to care for each other. You should know that I am not like those men nowadays. Before you betray me, I will not do such a thing. Seito moved his head close to Zhao Ye's ear and nibbled on her earlobe as he said softly, "This servant understands." Zhao Ye's eyes were filled with lust as she said in a sweet voice, "This servant will only recognize Mr. Chen in this lifetime. No matter how many women you take, this servant will never let go of Mr. Chen. Since you say so, when Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu arrive tomorrow, I'll be relying on you, Seito said with a chuckle. I understand." Zhao Ye snorted and rolled her eyes at Seito as she agreed. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 rounds of dishes, Seito announced the end of the banquet. He had people send the slightly drunk Guozong, Wu Yuan, and Tao Fang out of the residence and put them in the carriage they came in. He had the coachman send them home. Then Seito, Zhao Ye, and the 8 maidservants she had chosen entered the bathroom. They took off their clothes and dived into the water to bathe. The 8 maidservants, 2 groups, 16 soft hands began to stroke Seito and Zhao Ye's bodies. "All of you retreat to the side." At this moment, Seito suddenly said, "Yes." The 8 maidservants replied and retreated to the edge of the large bath. You too." Itose turned his head and looked at Zhao Ye, who was still beside him. Although she was puzzled, Zhao Ye nodded slightly and waded through the water to the other side of the bath. Seeing that everyone had left, Seito did not hesitate. With a thought, the huge jade annulus of he and the imperial jade seal appeared in his hand. Chapter 1958. The Imperial Jade Seal was none other than the product of the fusion of the Great Hua Dynasty's Jade Seal of He Clan and the Imperial Jade Seal of the 3 Kingdoms. It was the symbol of the Great Hua Empire's Imperial Jade Seal. As soon as the 2 items appeared, an invisible force spread between them, creating a distorted and blurry space. The water in front of Seito was pushed to the sides. A circular depression appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at this strange scene, Zhao Ye and the 8 maidservants beside her widened their eyes in unison. They covered their mouths and noses with their hands as though they were trying their best to suppress their shock. At this time, Seito suddenly threw the 2 items into the air and collided with each other. In an instant, the air shook violently, and a visible shock wave spread out in all directions with the 2 items as the center. Seito, who was already prepared for this, moved his mind and put Zhao Ye and the 8 maids into the Rubik's Cube world. However, the surrounding walls and various decorations were not so lucky. They were all turned into dust by the shock wave and scattered silently. Then, a strong light bloomed from the 2 items, turning into a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Under the influence of this strong light, the surrounding space of more than 10 meters seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. It became blurred and distorted, making it impossible for people outside to see what was happening inside. It was also impossible to cross the boundary of space by half a step. It was just like the guards of Lady Ye's mansion who were trying their best to attack the space wall, but were all bounced back. Crack, then, a crisp sound was heard. A crack appeared on the surface of the huge jade seal of He Clan from the Warring States period. Obviously, it was the combination of the will and faith of the creatures of 2 worlds. Compared to the jade seal of He Clan, which was transformed by a strange power, although the jade seal of He Clan from the Warring States period was large and contained much more power, it was still no match for the Imperial Jade Seal. It was about to be shattered into pieces by the boundless power of the Imperial Jade Seal. Seeing this, Seito did not dare to hesitate. He quickly moved his mind and took out the psychic jade that he had obtained from Jia Baoyu in the world of Dream of the Red Chamber. He waved his hand and threw it into the sky. Almost as soon as the psychic jade came into contact with the energy of the 2 items, a very mysterious power of creation burst out from the jade. It connected heaven and earth, creating ripples in the void, and it slowly flew to the side of the 2 jade seal of He Clan. It was as if it was dipping into water, melting it. Its seal of He Clan. Seal of He Clan's jade seal of He Clan softened, as if it had encountered a strong acid. The jade seal of He Clan's wall of He Clan's jade seal of He Clan began to melt into water. At this time, if one were to pay attention, they would discover that although the two Japanese walls were softening and melting, the Japanese wall of the Warring States period was obviously softening and melting faster than the Imperial Jade Seal. Usually, the Japanese wall of the Warring States period was softening and melting faster than the Imperial Jade Seal. Out! What a waste of this opportunity! Sei Ito could not help but sigh as he sensed the power of creation seeping out from the wall of He Clan. This was because he knew that this world did not have a situation similar to the Three Kingdoms world where Nanhua and Zhuasi were ambushed. Since Sei Ito believed that he could deal with any situation, he did not release Bai Un and the others to protect him before the fusion. This caused them to miss this opportunity. Although he recalled it now, under the influence of the strange power released by the two jade annulus of He and the psychic jade, the surrounding space had been completely sealed. Unless he used a powerful force to break the space, even if he was in the Rubik's Cube world, he couldn't carelessly open it. Otherwise, it was very likely that it would destroy the fusion process of the jade annulus of He in midair, making all his efforts wasted. Therefore, he naturally couldn't summon Bai and the others. He could only watch as they missed this opportunity. Sigh, I have no choice but to enjoy it alone. Sei Ito sighed as he sensed his body being washed by the power of creation. His body was recovering at an extremely slow speed from the corrosion caused by the power of the world. Then, he calmed his mind and paid attention to the fusion process of the jade annulus of He in midair, as well as silently comprehending the mysteries and rules of creation. However, while he calmed down, the entire Handan city was in chaos. A large number of residents were shocked by the pillar of light in the night sky. Their faces were filled with reverence as they knelt down on the streets or in front of their own courtyards. They sincerely kowtowed as if they were worshipping their ancestors. Warriors and swordsmen, as well as some daring people and spies from various countries, rushed to Lady Yu's mansion to investigate the true body of the Pillar of Light. They wanted to see if there was a chance for them to obtain such a heaven-shaking treasure. At the same time, the entire Zhao's royal family and nobles were shocked. They quickly ordered the 4 gates to be tightly sealed, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. They also sent an army to Lady Yu's mansion to surround it and protect it. And they were truly protecting it. After all, the entire Zhao's royal court, including the 2 great merchants, Wu and Gua, had been hypnotized by Sei Ito. Therefore, even though they did not understand what was happening, they knew that it definitely had something to do with their master. Thus, they did their best to protect it. As for what other people thought, that was none of their business. Just like that, under the nervous gazes of the entire Handan city and the surrounding cities, time slowly passed by for several hours. The night turned into day once again, and from the refreshing day, it turned into a scorching afternoon, and then it turned into the afternoon. Even so, no one in Handan city let down their guard. They anxiously looked at the pillar of light that shot into the sky from Lady Yu's mansion. However, just as the sky was about to turn dark, the pillar of light in the sky suddenly trembled and exploded. It turned into golden light that filled the sky and slowly disappeared into the air. Then, in the next moment, a long dragon's roar reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Roar! Then, a golden dragon danced in the air, circling around Lady Yu's mansion. It's a dragon! A dragon! Our Zhao is destined to be blessed by the heavens. We have the protection of a godly dragon. Long live the Zhao, long live the Zhao King. No one knew who started it, but as the voices spread, the voices became louder and louder. After a while, it sounded like thunder in the sky above Handan city. Long live the Zhao! Long live the Zhao King! Long live the Zhao! Long live the Zhao King! However, at this moment, another majestic dragon's roar reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Roar. The dragon's roar was melodious and clear, as if it sounded in everyone's souls. It instantly suppressed the orderly shouts. West. Xianyang City. Like everyone else, Sei-Ito also heard the dragon's roar and turned to look in the direction of the dragon's roar. He muttered to himself, "It should be the 9 cauldrons of the Zhou dynasty." It seems that the dragon chi emitted by the jade annulus of He clan has aroused the dragon chi of the people. Although the Zhou dynasty still existed, the Eastern Zhou dynasty had been destroyed by the Qin dynasty a few years ago. As such, the 9 cauldrons, along with the Zhou dynasty's people and treasures, were all moved to the Qin dynasty and kept in the Qin dynasty's treasury. As such, Sei-Ito guessed that the dragon chi was in Xianyang City and not anywhere else. Thinking to this point, Sei-Ito did not show off anymore. He waved his arm and collected the jade annulus of He clan that was floating in the air. In an instant, the golden light that filled the sky retracted and the golden dragon's figure disappeared into the air. Following this, without waiting for everyone to react, he willed it and a large amount of fine lightning bolts spread out like snakes and thin vines. In an instant, they covered the entire Lady Yi residence. Then, with a flash of lightning, it was as if time had flowed backwards. A new Lady Yi residence appeared under the gazes of the surrounding soldiers, guards, maids, cooks and servants, as well as the officials, warriors and spies who had come to watch the show. It's a miracle! The surrounding people who had witnessed all of this exclaimed with trembling voices. Those who have nothing to do with this, please disperse. Everyone in the residence, please return to the residence. Following which, an ethereal voice rang out from the surroundings of Madame Yi's mansion. It's the Marquis voice. One of the servants in Lady Yi's residence suddenly said. That's right, it's the Marquis voice. After that person said this, the other servants all confirmed. Let's go, let's return to the residence. One of the servants, who suddenly felt different, waved his arm and said loudly. Then, he walked towards Lady Yi's residence. When the other male and female servants saw this, they didn't hesitate and immediately followed him. Marquis, what Marquis? A person who didn't know what was going on asked the surrounding people. Idiot, there's only one Marquis who can be in Lady Yi's residence. That's the newly promoted Marquis Zhu Lu. Someone who knew what was going on said condescendingly. Then, he asked suspiciously, but why would he be there? Could it be that the commotion just now had something to do with him? As soon as this was said, the surrounding people's eyes flashed. No one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. The king has ordered the army to return to camp. Along the way, get rid of those who have nothing to do with you. At this moment, the sound of galloping horse hooves could be heard. A rider on a horse rushed to the vicinity of Lady Yi's residence and shouted loudly. Retreat. The general who was leading the troops replied. Immediately, the army moved and regrouped into one group. As they forced those who had nothing to do with them to leave, they moved back to the army camp. As these people, who had been chased away by the army dispersed, the strange phenomenon in Handan City, the newly promoted Marquis Zhu Lu Chenyi, and even the wedding between Marquis Zhu Lu and the princess of the royal family 2 days later became the topic of conversation and information in the hands of spies. This information spread to the surrounding cities and the other 6 countries. Author's note. Author's note. Chapter 1959. P.S. Thank you to Holy Knight and Halcyon for your precious monthly votes. In the outskirts of Handan City in the state of Zhao, Sei-Ito's figure suddenly appeared in the air above Madame Yi's feet. After that, Itomori stretched out his hand and pointed downwards. The ground below immediately surged up as if a monster was about to come out of the ground. Then, houses made of mud and stone silently appeared one after another on the ground. They were separated from each other and occupied a large area just like the factories in the modern world. At the same time, within the houses that couldn't be seen from the outside, strange-looking metal machines with unknown functions appeared abruptly, filling up half of the houses. After all this was over, Ito-Sei's mind moved again. He summoned hundreds of strong men from the Rubik's Cube world. They were dressed in hemp clothes and straw sandals. They were full of spirit. They stood in front of the house. Seeing Sei Ito floating in the air, the men immediately knelt on one knee and saluted in unison. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Rise," Sei Ito said calmly. "Yes." Everyone stood up as they were told. Tianqi. At this time, Sei Ito suddenly called out a person's name. "Your subordinate is here." A young man with a slender figure, dressed in simple linen clothes made of slightly better material than the others, walked out of the crowd and cupped his fists in response. He had an astute appearance. Seeing this person walk out, Sei Ito flipped his hand and a simple black ring appeared. The black ring didn't look very impressive as he flicked it towards Tianqi. He said calmly, "This ring contains all of the materials needed to make paper, brushes, inkstones, and wine. I'll leave them to you for the time being. You'll be in charge of coordinating the various matters here." From this, it could be seen that the houses with the metal machines were none other than the factories used to make paper, brushes, inkstones, and wine. As for the houses without the machines, they were given to the men to live in. After all, he couldn't let them sleep in the open air, right? As for why he did all this, the reason was very simple, and that was to spread his name. Let his reputation grow, just like Confucius, Mencius, and the others from 100 years ago. Let the world know of him. Other than that, it was also to prepare for his next plan. Finally, it was to earn some world energy that would be created by promoting the development of the world. Yes. Tianqi's face lit up. "Zhao Wu," Sei Ito said again. "Your subordinate is here." A burly man with a bear-like back and a tiger's waist and a rough face answered. When he opened his eyes, a man with a glint in his eyes stepped out and answered. "I appoint you as the head of security, and you will be responsible for the security of this place. If you encounter any intruders, kill all males and capture all females," Sei Ito said. "Yes." Zhao Wu replied sternly. "If the soldiers come to ask, just say that you are the servants of Marquis Zhu Lu. If they still don't know what's good for you, just say that you are the servants of Marquis Zhu Lu. You can capture them all and send someone to Madame Ye's residence to look for me." Sei Ito said again. "Yes." Zhao Wu and Tianqi replied at the same time. Following this, Sei Ito ignored Zhao Wu, Tianqi, and the other people who were staring at him. He flew up a bit more and looked at the terrain of the entire fief. Then, he flicked his fingers, shooting out red, green, yellow, black, and white rays of light. They entered the ground and the air. Following this, Sei Ito said in a low voice, "Activate." In an instant, the air trembled, and a blurry and distorted mark appeared in the air. However, this situation lasted for a very short time, not even half a minute, before it disappeared into the air, leaving no trace behind. It was as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. "This is your first task, print it out." After doing all this, Sei Ito flipped his hand and took out an item from the air. He threw it at Tianqi and said calmly. After speaking, his figure flashed and he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this time, Tianqi reached out and grabbed the item that Sei Ito threw in his hand. He held it in front of him and looked down. "Shuo Wenjiezi," Tianqi read softly. Naturally, the book that Sei Ito chose as the first task was not a simple Shuo Wenjiezi. It was called Shuo Wenjiezi on the surface, but it was actually a translation dictionary of Li and Zhao Shuangwen. It was written in both Li script and the current Zhao script. It was the Shuo Wenjiezi, that fit the meaning of the words of the Warring States period. Moreover, in order to facilitate the promotion of clerical script and slowly make clerical script replace the seven countries' language as the unified language, Edo-sei also used a trick to enlarge the clerical script and shrink the Zhao script. He used the preconceived idea of brainwashing to subtly influence the scholar's acceptance of clerical script. As for the author's name, it naturally became the name of the compiler, Sei Ito Chun-e. Everyone, His Majesty's task has been given. It is time for us to act. Tianqi retracted his gaze and turned to look at the 100 strong men behind him. We will obey Master Tian's orders. The strong men replied in unison. At the same time, Seito, who had finished arranging the fief, returned to Madame Ya's residence. Chen-e, you're back. Are you done with your work? Seeing Seito suddenly appear, Madame Ya, who had been released from the Rubik's Cube world before going to the fief, smiled happily. Yes. Tomorrow, send a servant to the fief and get in touch with the people I left there to discuss the logistics. Edo-sei, who sat next to Madame Ya, said with a smile. Okay. Madame Ya leaned over and nodded in agreement. However, at this time, Xiao Yu, one of the 8 maidservants, walked in with light step. Lord, Madam, Miss Wu and Miss Gua have arrived. Xiao Yu reported to the 2 of them. I thought they wouldn't come today. However, they still sent them here at this time. It seems like Wu Yingyuan and Guo Zong have the intention of letting their daughters stay here tonight. Zhao Yu raised her head and looked at the sky that was already completely dark outside, and she could not help but say, Just 2 ladies? Seito asked. There are also 2 men. They said that they were ordered by their master to come and see Lord. Xiao Yu replied. Yes, let them in. Seito ordered. Yes. Xiao Yu replied in a low voice and slowly walked out of the room. Seito lightly patted Zhao Ya's slender waist and motioned for her to sit properly. The latter rolled his eyes at Edo-sei in annoyance and sat up straight as instructed. After a while, accompanied by a series of footsteps, 2 men and 2 women followed the maidservant Xiao Yu into the room. The 2 men were over 30 years old, but one of them had dark skin. He had a thin appearance and 2 iron-chain sickles hung from his back like an unsheathed sword. He naturally emitted an intimidating aura. The other person's skin was slightly yellow and looked dry. He wore hemp clothes and his eyes were slightly narrowed. It was as if he hadn't fully woken up, but his eyes occasionally flashed with light, and the corners of his mouth curled up as if he was smiling. His aura was not obvious, as if he was an ordinary person who could not be found if he was thrown into a crowd. Very ordinary. The 2 girls were around 16 or 17 years old. One of them was wearing a fitting white robe and looked extremely seductive. Her shoulders were sharp like knives, her waist was thin like silk, her neck was long and beautiful, her skin was smooth and white, her eyes were bright and beautiful, and her smile was dimpled. She wore a cloud-shaped bun and an emerald-green hairpin. With the pearl hanging from her waist and the small boots on her feet, she looked like a fairy who had descended from the heavens. She raised her head slightly and sized up Seito with a proud and bold face. She did not have the shyness of a normal young girl. The other person seemed to have deliberately dressed up. There was a light rouge on her face, and she was wearing simple and elegant clothes. She also had a pearl and green jade hairpin on her waist and head. Although she was not as coquettish as the girl next to her, she was like a green lotus that was about to bloom. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her cheeks were red. She seemed to be shy, afraid, and curious as she secretly glanced at Edo-sei, showing the charming beauty of a girl. Wu Tingfang, Guashura, Wu families Wu Zhua, Gua families Guoli, greets Marquis Jilu and Madame Ya. Seeing Seito and Madame Ya, the 4 of them bowed in unison. Seito replied faintly. Then, he secretly gave Zhao Ya, who was beside him, a look. Zhao Ya, who received the instruction, smiled brightly and immediately stood up from the cushion. As she walked towards Wu Tingfang and Guxiuer, she smiled sweetly and said, Tingfang is indeed the publicly recognized #1 beauty in the Zhao Kingdom. You are so beautiful that even I, your wife, am a little jealous when I see you. Madam, you are too humble. Compared to you, Tingfang is like a flower by the roadside. It is not worth mentioning. Wu Tingfang, who did not know what Madame Ye meant, replied carefully. Madame Ye chuckled and turned to look at Guxiu. I didn't think that Sir Guozong's home was hiding such a beauty. If it wasn't for the Marquis saying that he wanted you, this foreign really didn't know that our Handan city had such a beautiful girl who doesn't lose to me and Tingfang. Sir Guo really hit it well. Xiu is not as good as Madame says. Guxiu said shyly. You don't have to be humble. 2 days later, the three of us, Madame and I and third Princess Zhao Qian from the palace will become a family. You cannot hide from this. When that time comes, you will naturally see the good in Xiu. Zhao Ye reached out to hold Guxiu and Wu Tingfang's wrists and smiled. Let's go. The men must have something to discuss. It is not good for us to disturb them here. Let me show you around the mansion. After speaking, she did not wait for Wu Tingfang and Guxiu to speak and pulled them out of the room. Seeing this, Wu Tingfang and Guxiu had no choice but to follow. But other than that, there was only a strong sense of curiosity in their hearts. They were curious to see what the interior of this mansion, which the residents of the city said was a gift from the gods, looked like. On the other side, seeing that Zhao Ye had taken Wu Tingfang and Guxiu away, Sei To did not hesitate and directly released his spiritual energy into Wu Zhuo and Guoli's minds and forcefully changed their consciousness. After a moment, Sei To retracted his spiritual energy and looked directly at the two people in the room. Wu Zhuo Guoli greets Master. After a moment of preparation, the two people who had regained their senses immediately knelt down and kowtowed with their heads touching the ground. Get up. Sei To said softly. Yes. The two of them stood up as instructed. Then, without any movement from Sei To, close to 100 men and women dressed in black and wearing masks suddenly appeared in the hall like ghosts. The two of you bring 50 people back each and arrange for them to enter the Wu and Guo family's intelligence network. Sei To ordered. Yes. The two quickly lowered their heads and replied. Remember, other than Wu Yingyuan and Guozhong, don't tell anyone else about this. Then, Sei To's expression turned serious and a cold murderous aura enveloped Wu Zhuo and Guoli's bodies, causing them to shiver. We understand. The two of them knelt down again and replied. Yi Shao Ying, take them away. Sei To retracted his murderous aura and said to the men in black. The men in black who received the order did not say anything and immediately two of them came to Wu Zhuo and Guoli's sides and each grabbed one of their belt. Then, just like when they appeared, they disappeared from the room with a swoosh. Of course, the hundreds of masked men in black also disappeared. Now it's time to see how the other countries react. Sei To, who was still sitting in the main seat, looked out at the night sky and muttered to himself. About half an hour later, Zhao Ye, Wu Tingfang, and Guoxiu returned to the room. Their clothes were brand new, and there were some water stains on their hair. They also emitted a clear smell of shampoo. Looking at Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu's rosy complexion, Sei To's eyes brightened and a faint smile appeared on his face. How is it? I told you that your current appearance would definitely attract the Lord's attention. You didn't believe me. Do you believe me now? Zhao Ye looked at Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu and said. Hearing this, Guoxiu blushed and lowered her head shyly. Wu Tingfang, on the other hand, raised her head proudly. Are you satisfied with me? Sei To asked Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu with a smile. Yes. Guoxiu raised her head slightly and shyly looked at the young, handsome, and masculine Itsunari. She responded in a small voice. The moment she responded, her face turned red and she lowered her head completely. If we are not satisfied, will the Lord allow us to go back? Wu Tingfang asked. I don't think so. Ito Mori smiled. What? You are not satisfied with me? Sei Ito asked. The Lord's looks and bearing are naturally better than the average man, and Tingfang is very impressed. But Tingfang is strong. If the Lord can show Tingfang outstanding martial arts skills, Tingfang is willing to give myself to the Lord and will never return. Wu Tingfang said proudly. Don't you know that the traitor Zhao Mu was personally killed by the Marquis? Zhao Ye frowned and could not help but ask. Chapter 1960. I know. Wu Tingfang looked straight at Sei Ito as she said. Then, without waiting for Zhao Ye to say anything, he continued, but Tingfang has not seen it with my own eyes, so naturally, I cannot be convinced. So, if Lord Marquis wants Tingfang, I ask Lord Marquis to show Tingfang your superb martial art. That's fine. This Marquis will make Tingfang willingly submit to me. Sei Ito laughed loudly. Then, he stood up from the cushion and strode out of the hall. Seeing this, Wu Tingfang didn't hesitate. She turned around and quickly followed. Zhao Ye and Guoxiu were helpless and could only follow them out of the room and into the spacious courtyard. Watch carefully. At this time, Sei Ito, who was standing in the middle of the courtyard, gave a low shout. A wooden stick that was as thick as an arm seemed to be controlled by some kind of power and flew towards Sei Ito on its own. He reached out and grabbed it. At this point, even though Sei Ito still did not show any superb sword arts or martial arts, just this method of grabbing things through the air was rarely seen in the world. It made Wu Tingfang, who was a mind screen expert, feel her heart move. However, Wu Tingfang did not stop. She was filled with anticipation to see what other astonishing methods this mysterious Lord Marquis would show her. Under her expectant gaze, there was a cracking sound. The wooden stick in Sei Ito's hand suddenly exploded, turning into a dozen pieces of varying sizes that flew out in all directions. Then, a thin carved wooden sword that was shorter than a long sword and longer than a short sword appeared in Sei Ito's hand. Under the moonlight, wisps of white smoke rose from it. Then, Sei Ito's body stretched out. Relying on his astonishing martial arts, he began to demonstrate a seemingly ordinary set of moves. However, this was a sword technique that was hidden in the secret steps of the cold killing secret step. For a moment, sword chi flew out in all directions. Like arrows, they shot out in all directions, leaving slender sword marks of varying depths on the surrounding walls and the surface of the buildings. This situation lasted for more than 5 minutes before Sei Ito suddenly stopped. How is it? Sei Ito turned to Wu Tingfang and asked with a smile. Good sword art. The Marquis is so skilled. Tingfang is convinced. Wu Tingfang's eyes were filled with excitement as she replied straightforwardly. Haha, Sei Ito chuckled. He flipped the wooden sword in his hand and threw it in front of Wu Tingfang, saying, This is for you. My lord's gift is really shabby. Zhao Ye teased as she looked at Wu Tingfang, who received the wooden sword. Shabby? Sei Ito smiled mysteriously. Then, he suddenly shouted, Tingfang, advance and stab. Almost subconsciously, Wu Tingfang followed Sei Ito's instructions and displayed a basic advance and stab. In a split second, a white light flashed on the short sword. A sharp white sword chi immediately shot out from the wooden sword. It flew straight for dozens of meters and bombarded the courtyard wall in front of them. Boom! Suddenly, smoke and dust rose up. A hole as thick as an adult's fist appeared on the wall. The crack extended and slowly spread to the surroundings. This! Wu Tingfang stared in front of her with a dumbstruck expression. She couldn't believe what she had caused. She was very clear about her own strength. She was just an ordinary swordsman. Not to mention the swordsman realm that could release sword chi. Even if she was a swordsman who could rely on his skills, there was still a big gap between her and a swordsman. Not to mention, to release an attack that was obviously stronger than a swordsman's sword chi. That was simply a fantasy. But now, the truth was in front of her eyes. She had indeed done it, while holding the wooden sword that her future man had given her. So in an instant, Wu Tingfang quivered and put the wooden sword back in front of her. Her face was full of joy and excitement as she looked at it. This. On the side, Zhaoye and Guoxiu Er, who didn't know martial arts, were also stunned by Wu Tingfang's attack. They couldn't believe it. Remember to practice your swordsmanship diligently. Otherwise, if you don't replenish your sword qi for a long time, the power in the wooden sword will completely disappear. It will become no different from an ordinary wooden sword. Sei Ito glanced at the excited Wu Tingfang and lightly reminded her. Ah, yes. Wu Tingfang was surprised at first, but then she quickly agreed. Then she asked with some doubt, I just need to practice my swordsmanship like usual? And just practice your swordsmanship like usual. The only difference is that after you finish practicing, you need to hold the wooden sword and meditate. Let the wooden sword absorb the sword qi in your body. Sei Ito explained. During the Warring States period, although there were ancient qi cultivation techniques that were passed down among the nobles and dukes, they were mostly used for health and were rarely used for fighting. But now it was different. This wasn't the real Warring States period in history. It was the world of the Legend of Qin created by Huang Yi. Although there was no description of practicing Nigong in the original work, since the sword Saint Chao Chiu Dao could play with spiritual energy, it wasn't impossible for it to be passed down in many places. Moreover, now that it was mixed into the Legend of Qin system, there would be a lot of Nigong being passed down. Sure enough, Wu Tingfang's face showed that she didn't have any doubts. Obviously, she knew what meditation and meditating meant. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't say anything more. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the broken wall in front of him. Instantly, a yellow light flew out and directly entered the wall. Immediately after, the wall emitted a yellow light. The broken wall and cracks were healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, it became a perfect wall again. This was the first time Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu saw Sei Ito's miraculous methods. Naturally, they were stunned. Our marquis is an immortal. What you see now is just a small trick. In the future, you will be stunned. So, following our marquis is the right choice. Zhaoye, who was already used to this, patted Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu's shoulders and said with a charming smile. Hearing this, Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu were shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they looked at Sei Ito. In this regard, Sei Ito didn't explain. He directly went forward and hugged Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu's slender waist. Then, he brought them and Zhaoye back to the room. Sitting on the huge bed that was enough for 7 or 8 people to lie on, he softly chatted and improved their relationship. Just like this, under Sei Ito's teasing, whether it was the flirtatious Wu Tingfang, the shy Guoxiu, or the mature and seductive Zhaoye, they were all amused and laughed loudly. They sat together and gradually rolled together with Sei Ito. However, this time, Sei Ito was very polite. Apart from taking advantage of Guoxiu and Wu Tingfang, he didn't take the final step with them. Instead, he prepared to take them on the night of the wedding. Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu were naturally very touched by this point. Their love for Sei Ito grew even more. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. From this morning onwards, the entire Madame Ye's residence wasn't peaceful at all. It wasn't that there were ministers who came to visit, there were people from other countries who came to visit. There were also those who had heard of Madame Ye's reputation and thought that they were pretty and talented young men who came to chat with her. There was an endless stream of them. At night, when there weren't any guests, there were warriors, swordsmen and thieves who climbed over the walls to sneak into Madame Ye's residence. In short, the entire Madame Ye's residence wasn't peaceful at all. However, it was a good thing that Sei Ito and Madame Ye, as well as the ninjas who were stationed around the residence after the incident, stopped them. Thus, there wasn't any impact on the daily life of the residents. Look, it's all your fault for attracting these annoying flies. At night, Zhaoye, who was lying naked in Sei Ito's arms, complained. Bear with it. When the wedding ceremony is over, those ministers and foreigners won't have a reason to visit and will stop. Sei Ito smiled and consoled her. I hope so, Zhaoye said helplessly. All right, Chunlang, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's do it again. After all, I'm moving back to the palace tomorrow, and we can only meet again after you pick me up the day after tomorrow. Let me satisfy you this time. Then, Zhaoye turned around and climbed onto Sei Ito's body and said seductively, Haha, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Sei Ito laughed. It's okay, come on. Even if I die, Ye is willing. Zhaoye said coquettishly. After hearing Zhaoye's words, Sei Ito didn't hesitate. He immediately turned around and pressed Zhaoye under his body. Then, he stabbed the noble sword into the princess's palace and started to fight fiercely. Violent sounds of jiao chuan and mellow moaning immediately reverberated in the palace that had just quieted down not long ago. The night breeze blew softly and spread the spring scenery. 2 days later, in the early morning, when the sun was only halfway up the horizon, a group of mighty cavalry in red uniforms stood in an orderly manner outside Madame Ye's palace. Then, the door of the palace with the red, Dashi character pasted on it opened. Sei Ito, dressed in red Han Chinese clothing, walked out and went straight to the front of the cavalry. The carriage was painted red and had the Shi character pasted on the window. He shouted loudly, Let's go! Then, the carriage moved forward and headed to the palace under the escort of the mighty cavalry. Because it was still early, most of the residents in Handan City were still sleeping. Other than those who were preparing to sleep after a night's work, there were almost no pedestrians on the street. Therefore, it didn't take long for the procession to arrive at the gate of the palace. Then, Sei Ito got off the carriage and took the reins from the coachman. He pulled the carriage and walked into the palace. In just 5 or 6 minutes, Sei Ito pulled the carriage to the palace where third Princess Zhao Qian was. The reason why Zhao Qian was the first to be picked up and not the others was because Zhao Qian had just married and was a princess. She was much more honorable than Zhaoye and Zhao and I, who had just married. Therefore, it was reasonable for Zhao Qian to pick her up first. Sei Ito stopped and walked in front of Zhao Qian's tightly shut palace gate. He took out a roll of red silk cloth, unfolded it, and read the words on it loudly. Chapter 1961. The red silk was the marriage invitation. In ancient times, marriage required 3 books and 6 rites. They were the letter of appointment, the book of rites, the marriage invitation, the marriage invitation, the marriage invitation, the marriage invitation, and the marriage invitation. Among the 3 books, the letter of appointment was the letter of engagement. The man and woman formally entered into a marriage contract. The marriage invitation was used when the marriage invitation was given. The Book of Rites was the Book of Rites. It was a list of gifts, detailing the types and quantities of the gift. The marriage invitation was used when the marriage invitation was given. The marriage invitation was the marriage invitation. The marriage invitation was used when the marriage invitation was given. The marriage invitation was the first of the 6 rites in ancient times. When the bride was chosen, a matchmaker would be invited to act as a matchmaker. It was called marriage invitation, and today it was called marriage proposal. The marriage invitation was when the man asked the bride's name and date of birth. It was an auspicious omen, and today it was called 8 characters. The marriage invitation was when the marriage invitation was given. If it was an auspicious omen, a matchmaker would be sent to present the marriage invitation. The marriage invitation was when the bride would send monetary gifts, gift cakes, gifts, and offerings. It was the formal betrothal gift, and today it was called marriage invitation. The marriage invitation was when the man would ask a fortune teller to choose a good date. It was called choosing a date. The final marriage invitation was what Sei-Ito did before. The groom would ride a limousine to welcome the bride. It was called marriage invitation. Only when all 9 were present could it be considered a proper marriage. If anyone was missing, it would be laughed at afterwards. Of course, this only applied to the aristocrats and duke. As for the commoners, it wasn't so strict. It could be simplified as long as there was a certain meaning to it. Sei-Ito did not care much about this, but even if it was just for show, he still had to prepare something for Zhao Qian, Zhao Ye, Zhao Enai, Wu Tingfang, and Guoxiu. What's more, these women were really going to be with him from now on. Therefore, other than the marriage invitation, as for the other etiquettes that could be made up, Ito-sei had asked people to make up for them 2 days ago. As for the things that couldn't be mended, he had already revealed his celestial qualities. So what if he didn't have those pleasing things like asking for names, meeting people, and asking for dates? Zhao Ye, Zhao Enai, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guoxiu didn't care about this. They trusted Sei-Ito as an immortal. After reading the letter, Sei-Ito reached out and pushed open the palace door. He strode into Zhao Qian's bedroom and walked to the front of the bed. Then, he bent down and carried Zhao Qian, who was dressed in golden ornaments and jade, bridal style, and carried her out of the palace and into the limousine. At the same time, as Zhao Qian's personal maidservants and her dowry, the 2 maidservants Cuedong and Chui Lu hurriedly followed behind. Finally, he stood beside the limousine. Seeing this, Sei-Ito smiled faintly, took the reins and continued moving, turning around and heading towards Zhao Ni's palace. After a while, he smoothly brought Zhao Enai, who was also dressed in red, into the limousine. This surprised Sei-Ito. He originally thought that Zhao Enai wouldn't be successful. He would be stopped by Zhao Pan, who didn't like him. He didn't expect that Zhao Pan didn't even show up. Out of sight, out of mind. Heh, what an interesting fellow, Sei-Ito thought to himself, and once again took the reins of the carriage. They headed towards the palace where Madame Ye lived before she got married. About an hour later, Sei-Ito led the 5 brides, Zhao Qian, Zhao Ye, Zhao Enai, Wu Tingfang, and Guoxiu. Beside the carriage, there were 10 beautiful maidservants of different looks. The carriage, together with the Guo family's entourage, returned to Madame Ye's residence. At this point, the originally quiet Madame Ye's mansion was filled with the nobles and officials of the Zhao country, as well as the influential figures of the Zhao country. There were even some foreign guests and envoys from other countries who didn't receive an invitation, but still shamelessly joined in. The entire place was filled with a hubbub of voices. The bridal procession is back. At this moment, a sharp-eyed person suddenly shouted. In an instant, the people in the mansion were in an uproar, and all of them looked over. Thank you all for coming to my wedding. If there's anything I haven't done, please forgive me. Seeing everyone looking over, Sei-Ito stood in front of the residence and bowed. Marquis Zhu Lu, you're too polite. You're too polite. You're too polite. The guests in the mansion answered one after another. Thank you. Sei-Ito slightly cupped his fists, then turned around and walked to the front of the carriage, pulling the curtain aside. My dear ladies, it's time to come out, Sei-Ito teased. Hearing this, the 5 of them blushed and moved to the entrance of the carriage with small steps. Using Sei-Ito's palm as support, they jumped out of the carriage one by one. Almost instantly, the voices of the guests in the mansion stopped at the same time, and they all fell silent at the same time. Sei-Ito turned around and looked at the guests in the residence who were attracted by the beauty of Zhao Qian, Zhao Ye, and Wu Tingfang. He frowned and coughed lightly. And coughed. So beautiful! Marquis Julu is so lucky. If only we could marry a beauty like Marquis Julu. Then, as if pressing the play button, A string of praises, jealousy, and envy sounded from the guests and flowed into the ears of Sei Ito, Zhao Qian, and the others. Everyone, please make way. We should go and pay our respects to the king. Seeing this, Sei Ito couldn't help but say. As the father and elder brother of Zhao Qian, Zhao Ye, and Zhao Enai, King Zhao and Queen Han Jing naturally came to the residence as well. However, due to consideration of their status and safety, they sat in the main hall with the other scholars and officials, and did not mingle with these fellows who had appeared out of nowhere in the outer room. Then, Sei Ito held Zhao Qian's hand with his left hand and the owner of the residence, Zhao Ye, with his right hand. Followed by Zhao Enai, Wu Tingfang, and Guo, they walked into the residence together. They passed through the crowd of envious and jealous guests, and arrived at the main hall where King Zhao and Queen, as well as the upper echelons of the kingdom of Zhao, and some of the foreign dignitaries were. Chen Yi greets the king. Seeing King Zhao, Sei Ito let go of Zhao Qian and Zhao Ye's hands and bowed. Zhao Qian, Zhao Ye, Zhao Enai, Wu Tingfang, Guo greets father, brother king. Zhao Qian and the other 4 girls bowed together. Quickly rise. Right now, there are only family members here. There is no need to be so courteous, King Zhao said with a smile, as if he was very fond of Sei Ito and very fond of Zhao Qian, Zhao Ye, and Zhao Enai. Thank you, father, brother king. Zhao Qian, Zhao Ye, and Zhao Enai said. On the other hand, Sei Ito, Wu Tingfang, and Guo didn't know what to say. The former was because he married the other party's daughter and sister. Their status was too messy and they couldn't call him that. Moreover, King Zhao was secretly his subordinate, so they didn't want to call him that. The latter had nothing to do with King Zhao. Other than king, there was really no other way to call him. Okay, the auspicious time is almost here. Quickly pay your respects. Queen Han Jing, who had sharp eyes, smiled faintly and interrupted. Excuse me. Since there was a way out, Sei Ito didn't hesitate. After bowing to the surrounding people and apologizing, he brought the 5 girls to the empty space on the side used for paying their respects. He invited Guo, who was both the matchmaker and the doctor of Zhao. At the same time, he was also Guo's clan relative. Sorry to trouble you, Dr. Guo, Sei Ito said politely. Marquis, you are too polite. Guo returned the greeting. Then, he straightened his face and loudly sang, The auspicious time has arrived. Begin paying your respects. When these words came out, the entire hall and the guests outside immediately became silent. First, pay your respects to the heavens and earth, Guo sang. In response, Sei Ito brought the 5 girls to the open space on the side. They all knelt on the ground and paid their respects to the heavens and earth. Second, pay your respects to the ancestors, Guo sang again. In response, Sei Ito, who had just stood up, led the 5 girls back to the hall and paid their respects to the ancestral tablets that had been temporarily created. Of course, although it was temporarily created, they had asked Old Master Chen, and after several generations, they used the name of the last ancestor of the branch family to create the ancestral tablets. Third, pay your respects to the king, Guo sang again. Sei Ito, who had just paid his respects to the ancestors of the Qin family, brought the 5 girls to the front of King Zhao and Queen Han Jing, and paid their respects. Husband and wife pay their respects to each other. After the ceremony, Guo continued to sing. Sei Ito and the 5 girls turned around one after another and stood facing each other, paying their respects to each other. The ceremony is complete. Finally, Guo sang loudly, This ceremony is witnessed by the heavens and earth. I hope you will do good deeds in the future. Yes. Sei Ito, Zhao Qian, and the others replied in unison. Everyone, please excuse me for a moment. Sei Ito turned around and said to the crowd, then shouted, Come, let the banquet begin. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, female servants with good looks quickly walked among the guests like butterflies. They placed the exquisite dishes of the later generations on the various tables and served the clear wine of the later generations to everyone. Wow! What is this? It smells so good. This is wine? There is such clear and transparent wine in the world? This, then, a series of shocked exclamations came from the mouths of the guests. In response, Seito smiled slightly and looked at Zhao Qian, Zhao Ye, Zhao Enai, Wu Tingfang, and Guoxiu. He led them quietly out of the main hall and returned to the backyard of the mansion from the side to the bedroom that had become their new house. Phew, I'm so tired, Seito said with a sigh as he sat in the middle of the 5 women, stretched out his arms and hugged Zhao Qian and Zhao Enai. He then kissed the 2 women's faces. Chunlang, you should be satisfied to be able to marry the 5 of us at once. Don't you see that the nobles outside are so envious of you? Zhao Ye teased. That is because your husband is capable. If it were them, no matter how much money and power they have, it would be impossible. Seito said proudly. Looking at the confident look on Ito-sei's face, the eyes of the 5 women were filled with splendor again, and their eyes lit up. Chunlang, it's time to go out. Otherwise, the people outside will say that you are rude. The dignified and decent Zhao Enai said. Still call me Chunlang? Seito said with a smile. Husband. Zhao Ni's face was red as she whispered like a mosquito. Chapter 1963. P.S. Thank you to Wongit, Nikfani, and Cronup for their precious monthly votes. After toasting each other, the banquet ended. The guests and madams who had eaten their fill prepared to leave. This Marquis is very grateful that everyone took the time to attend my wedding. Therefore, I have prepared some gifts for everyone. I hope that everyone will accept them. At this moment, Seito, who had drunk the last cup of wine with everyone, faced the hall and said loudly to everyone, "Come, give the gifts that this Marquis has prepared to the guests." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of beautiful female servants walked out from the side. They moved through the crowd like butterflies and placed thin books in the hands of the guests. This is because they had never seen paper before. The guests who did not know what paper was were confused. There are words on it. Shua Wenjiezi? I can recognize the small words from the state of Zhao. What language is the large word from? Why have I never seen it before? Yeah, what are those words? Could it be a language from a country that I have never heard of? After being reminded by someone, the guests present fell into a discussion about the language, but most people only thought that it was a foreign language. No one thought that it was a new language, a language that was newly created by Ito-sei. However, after thinking about it, other than the ancient Songjie who imitated nature and created hieroglyphs, many years had passed. Although there were people who tried to create new words, they all improved on the original foundation. Generally speaking, one could still see the general pattern. They could recognize it. However, the script created by Seito was different. It was completely different. It changed from round to square. Moreover, the writing method was also very different. Therefore, even the scholars present could not recognize what it was and mistakenly thought that it was a foreign language. Seito did not stop the guests' discussion immediately. Instead, he waited until all the guests had received the new book before clapping his hands to attract everyone's attention. He said loudly, "Everyone, you must be very confused about the things in your hands, right?" "That's right. Marquis Julu, can you please tell us what this is?" An old man with an official title asked. Although the others didn't say anything, their eyes and expressions showed that they were waiting for Seito's answer. Seito smiled and replied, "What you are holding in your hands is called book. It is a product of paper that I nailed together." "Book? Paper?" The guests muttered softly. "Books, I'll wait until I understand." Looking at the writing on it, it was similar to the silk and bamboo slips that were commonly used nowadays. But what was this paper? Are you referring to these white, soft and greasy things? A middle-aged man with a beard asked. As you said, this is paper. Itose reached out and took a book from the maidservant beside him, Shuawenjiezi, and bent it. Using his thumb as a guide, he quickly flipped through the pages. Don't you think that paper is lighter and easier to carry than the heavy bamboo slips and expensive silk slips? Seito asked. Oh, it seems to be real. It is indeed very light. Moreover, the content recorded inside seems to be much richer than silk slips and bamboo slip. After Seito's reminder, one of the guests who was flipping through the book exclaimed in surprise. Oh, it really is. There is so much content. There was such a thing a long time ago. Why would I have to suffer the pain of my arm back then? For a moment, more sighs sounded from the guest. Immediately after, another exclamation filled with surprise sounded from the crowd. Chen-yi! May I ask Marquis Julu, is this Chen-yi the Marquis? The man who exclaimed asked in surprise. That's right, it is this Marquis. Seito said proudly. Then is it true that the words on the title page were all created by the Marquis's strength alone? The man who received the answer was even more shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he asked anxiously. Ah! As soon as this was said, all the guests once again exclaimed in shock. Indeed, this script is a new word that I have painstakingly created. Seito nodded and admitted. Wow! An uproar that was even more exaggerated and intense than before instantly sounded from the crowd. After more than a minute, when he felt that everyone had vented their emotions, Seito clapped his hands again and attracted everyone's attention to himself. He said, in today's world, although each country has its own language, the Zhou language is widely spread among the nobles and officials. It is compulsory for the children of each family to learn to communicate. Therefore, the Zhou language can be said to be the language of the world. However, on the other hand, there is no such thing as the world's language. It is still the same as before, and each country has its own language. As a result, the two countries have no common language to use. They can only cultivate their own words and understand their meaning. Only then can they know what they do and what they think. Therefore, this Marquis has often thought hard about whether I can create a word for the world to use. After many years of consideration, I have finally created this new word. I hope to borrow everyone's hands to spread it throughout the world. Everyone was silent as they pondered Seito's words. Of course, most of them were probably not convinced. After all, a word created by a wild marquis that came out of nowhere really made these nobles distrustful. Seeing the faint expressions on many of the nobles' faces, Seito, who had already expected this, did not mind. He continued, this word, this marquis has named it Lishu. It is a slave that is attached to and used by people. Therefore, Lishu seeks to be used by the people of the world. Marquis Julu is righteous. A famous scholar praised loudly. Marquis Julu is righteous. The other guests also praised, whether true or false. Everyone is too kind. Seito cupped his fists and smiled. In addition, from today onwards, the third shop in the north of the old street in the south of the city will officially sell paper, brush, ink, as well as the book Shuawenjiezi. In the restaurant diagonally across the street, we have begun to sell new wine and new food. I hope you will have the time to enjoy it. Then, Itose changed the topic and promoted the two shops that were about to open. That's easy. That's easy. The guest said politely. The night of spring is too short. This marquis will not accompany everyone. Please forgive me. Seito cupped his fists and said, ha ha. The guests laughed kindly and raised their hands to bid farewell to Seito. Then, they followed the servants and left Madame Yu's residence in an orderly manner. They got on the carriage and rushed back to their own residences. Naturally, it was about the clerical script and paper. The news about the delicious food and wine they ate at the wedding, as well as the 2 shops that were about to open, also spread in Handan City as the guests left. Then, the news spread to the other 6 nations through the pigeons sent out by the spies of each nation in Handan City. What? You said that there were no carrier pigeons during the spring and autumn warring states period? Then it can only be said that you did not investigate properly. As early as the Book of You, there were records of people raising and using pigeons. Otherwise, why would the future Xiang Yu use pigeons to send messages? As for the Book of You, it was a book that recorded the history of the struggle between Wu and Yu from the end of the Spring and Autumn Warring States period to the beginning of the Spring and Autumn Warring States period. It was related to the politics, economy, military, astronomy, geography, calendar, language, and many other aspects of the Wu and Yu region in this historical period. It was known as the ancestor of local records. Therefore, carrier pigeons already existed as early as the Warring States period. Moreover, this was not a real historical Warring States period. It was a strange world that was a mixture of the Qin dynasty and the legend of Qin. It was very normal to have carrier pigeons. At the same time, on the other side, after sending off a few important guests, Sei Ito returned to the bedroom with the smell of alcohol. "Ladies, your husband is back." As soon as he entered the room, Sei Ito laughed loudly. Husband. Since she had already called him, it was not difficult to call him again. Therefore, Zhao and I easily called out. At the same time, she stood up from the bed and quickly walked to Sei Ito's side. She reached out to support him, looking like a wife who was worried about her husband's drunken state. "Don't worry, this won't make me drunk." Sei Ito, who took the opportunity to wrap his arms around Zhao Ni's waist, smiled. Then, Sei Ito looked up at Zhao Ye, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang and Guoxiuer and said, Come and drink with me." Hearing this, the 4 of them did not hesitate and stepped to the side of the square table. As the oldest woman, except for Zhao and I, Zhao Ye naturally reached out to take the wine jug and poured wine into the 6 white porcelain cups next to her. Then, she put down the wine jug and handed the wine cups one by one to Sei Ito, Zhao and I, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, Guoxiuer and herself who walked to the table. "Ladies, let's drink this cup with your husband." Ito Sei handed the wine cup forward and smiled. Zhao and I, Zhao Ye, and the other 4 women stretched out their wine cups at the same time and lightly touched Sei Ito's light cup, making a ding sound. Then, they withdrew their arms and raised their left sleeves to cover their faces. They raised their heads and drank the wine in the cup. "Okay, the wine has been drunk. Now, it's time for us to consummate our marriage." Putting down the wine cup, Sei Ito smiled and looked at the beautiful ladies in front of him who were dressed up beautifully. Zhao and I, Zhao Ye, Zhao Qian, and the other 4 blushed and turned their heads to the side. "Let's start with Qian." Sei Ito's gaze swept across the 5 women one by one and finally stopped on Zhao Qian. "Ah!" Zhao Qian was shocked and subconsciously let out a cry of surprise. Ito Sei did not pay attention to it. He let go of Zhao and I and walked to the front of Zhao Qian. He bent down and carried Zhao Qian up. He strode to the bed not far away and gently put Zhao Qian down. Then he turned over and looked at the shy beauty with appreciation. "There's someone next to us," Zhao Qian whispered. "It's okay. They won't be able to run away later. They're all going to consummate their marriage, so you'll be able to see their shy expressions in a while." Sei Ito chuckled. At the side, Zhao and I and the other 4 who heard Sei Ito's words were embarrassed and turned to leave the room. However, it was just a thought. They wouldn't really rush out because of this. Not only would that be inappropriate, it would also make them a laughingstock if word got out. Thus, they just turned their heads to the side and acted like ostriches, trying to avoid trouble. "Qianer, your husband is going to start," Sei Ito whispered. Zhao Qian covered her face with her hands and said softly. Sei Ito grabbed one of Zhao Qian's wrists and gently moved it away, revealing Zhao Qian's beautiful face. He lowered his head and gently sucked on Zhao Qian's lip. He teasingly opened her teeth and stuck his tongue into Zhao Qian's mouth. At the same time, his arm moved down and slid to Zhao Qian's waist. His fingers nimbly undid her belt and slowly pulled open her clothes. Zhao Qian's breathing quickened as her chest heaved up and down. She was beginning to feel aroused. Saito gently let go of Zhao Qian and let her breathe. However, his hands didn't stop moving around her body. After a while, Zhao Qian's fair body appeared in front of Saito's eyes under the candlelight. No. Zhao Qian subconsciously covered her body with her hands. Qian, you're so beautiful. Saito gently moved her arms away and praised softly. Then, he lowered his body and lowered his head to suck on Zhao Qian's chest. He used his teeth and tongue to gently pry it open. As a virgin, Zhao Qian had never been stimulated like this before. She immediately let out a delicate cry. At this moment, Saito had a thought and used his teleportation ability to move his clothes away, making himself naked. Then, his body moved up and his lips kissed her chest, collarbone, neck, earlobe, cheeks, until finally, he sealed Zhao Qian's lips once again. Then, Zhao Qian frowned and let out a low moan with a pained expression. Fortunately, this situation didn't last for long. She quickly relaxed under Saito's gentle comforting. Slowly, she began to enjoy Saito's conquest. The sound of gentle moans and rapid breathing, as well as the strange creaking sound of the bed as it swayed, echoed in the room. Even as experienced people, Zhao Ye and Zhao and I couldn't help but blush. Their breathing was slightly hurried and they turned their heads. They looked like they wanted to watch but were also embarrassed. Not to mention Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu, who had never done anything like this. Both of their cheeks were red and their eyes wandered. From time to time, they glanced at the two people moving on the bed. Their expressions were both curious and scared, but also faintly expectant. Just like this, under the observation of the four people, Zhao Qian, who had never done anything like this, finally couldn't take it anymore. She let out a long moan and collapsed. Her face was flushed and she was breathing rapidly. Tingfang, it's your turn. Saito quietly caressed the beauty in his arms, then turned to look at Wu Tingfang and said, Let Sister Xiao go first, Wu Tingfang said nervously. Sister should go first, Guoxiu quickly shook her head and said, and hid her body to the side. Aya, no one can outrun you. What's there to give, let Tingfang go first. Seeing this, Zhao Ye couldn't help but tease. Then, she stretched out her hand and pushed the unguarded Wu Tingfang to the front of the bed. Saito smiled and stretched out his hand in front of Wu Tingfang. Chapter 1964. The next day. My lord, madam, it's time to get up. Accompanied by a gentle knock on the door, a female servant's voice came from outside. The 5 women's eyelids slightly moved and they slowly woke up from their sleep. But immediately after, they all sucked in a cold breath and completely woke up from their daze. It's all your fault. Why did you have to go through the back door? You made me so embarrassed that I didn't even dare to move. Zhao Ye, who woke up, unhappily slapped Saito's chest and complained. Qian, Tingfang, and Xiao all suffered from the pain of having their melons broken. As their aunt and sister, can you bear to watch? Saito's hand forcefully pinched Zhao Ye's full breasts and said with a mischievous smile. This is great. You're even now. Moreover, it's your first night. It's so early in the morning, yet you're saying such shameful words. Don't you feel ashamed? Zhao and I, who also suffered from the pain of having her chrysanthemum burned, said unhappily. We're already husband and wife. What's there to be ashamed of? Saito said with a smile. Then, he pulled his hand away from the 5 women and sat up. Come, turn over. I'll treat the 2 of you. Ito said to Zhao Ye and Zhao and I, who were beside him. Zhao Ye and Zhao and I hesitated for a moment before enduring the pain and turning over, revealing their backs and buttocks to Ito's eyes. Ito opened his hands, which glowed with a green light, and pressed them on the two women's buttocks. In an instant, Zhao Ye and Zhao and I both felt the pain on their buttocks lighten and was no longer as painful as before. It's done. After a moment, Ito withdrew his hands and said, "My husband is indeed amazing. The godly doctor involved is only SOSO. Zhao Ye, who turned over and sat up, said with a charming voice, "Okay, Sister Ye. It's time to go wash up. We still have to return to the palace to see Brother Wang." Zhao and I, who also turned over and sat up, said, on the second day of the wedding, when he returned home, he would bring the bride to see his father. The father of Zhao Ye, Zhao and I, and Zhao Qian was naturally the king of Zhao, King Zhao. Guo and Wu Tingfang belonged to the Guo family and the Wu family. Therefore, Ito had to visit 3 families in one day. He was very busy. "Okay." Zhao Ye answered and shouted towards the door, "Come in." "Yes." Creak. The maidservant outside the room nodded and pushed the door open to enter the room. "You two should sleep more. It won't be too late to get up when I come back," Ito said to Wu Tingfang and Guo, whose wounds had been healed. "No, let's get up together." Wu Tingfang got up and said. She then got out of the bed, and put on her clothes with the help of her maidservants, Chun Ying and Xia Ying. Guo, who was at the side, was not lazy either. She also got up from the bed and began to tidy up under her maid attire. Seeing this, Ito did not insist. He grabbed an unlined garment from the maidservant, Xiao Mei, and covered his body. He stepped out of the room and went to the bathroom. Then, under the help of the maidservants, Xiao Mei, Xiao Zi, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Zhao, he began to bathe. During this period of time, there was naturally no lack of the erotic scene of the two of them taking advantage of each other. About half an hour later, after Ito finished bathing, he also took a bath and redressed himself to be dignified and beautiful. The coquettish and charming Zhao Ye, Zhao and I, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guo came to the hall together. They enjoyed the first breakfast of the family. After breakfast, Ito, Zhao Ye, Zhao and I, and Zhao Qian separated from Wu Tingfang and Guo. Riding on the newly modified carriage, they headed towards the palace. The visit at the palace went very smoothly. Nothing happened during the whole process. It was a simple trip back to the palace. However, just as the few of them were preparing to leave the palace and return to the residence, Zhao Ni's expression suddenly became hesitant. Noticing the change in Zhao Ni's expression, Ito couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "Husband, I want to take Pan-er into the house, is that okay?" Zhao and I gently bit her lips and said softly, "Pan-er is the child of Sister and I and her late husband." Zhao Ye, who thought Ito didn't know who Pan-er was, explained, "I know that child." Ito chuckled, then looked at Zhao and I and said softly, "Although that child is not mine, he is still your flesh and blood. If Pan-er wants to take him back, it is naturally okay." "Thank you, husband," Zhao and I said excitedly. "You and I are husband and wife, no need to be polite." Ito smiled. "Okay, you go pick him up, we will wait for you outside." Ito continued. After saying that, he walked out of the palace again. "Elder sister, I can understand your feelings of wanting to take Pan-er over, but you should also know what kind of person Pan-er is. He is really quite unbearable. Therefore, after he enters the residence, you should pay more attention to him. Otherwise, it would be bad if you end up offending our husband." Zhao Ye, who purposely stayed a step behind, moved closer to Zhao Ni's ear and reminded softly, "Thank you for your reminder, sister. I will wake up." Zhao and I replied softly, "It's good that sister is awake. Quickly go back, don't let husband wait for too long." Zhao Ye smiled. After saying that, she didn't stay any longer and quickly caught up with Sei-to and Zhao Qian in front, gradually disappearing from Zhao Ni's sight. Then, Zhao and I sighed softly, turned around and walked towards the palace where she lived before she got married. On the other side, after a short walk, Sei-to, Zhaoye, and Zhao Qian left the palace and got back into the carriage they came in, chatting casually. Then, after more than 20 minutes, the light changed and Zhao Ni's figure reappeared in the carriage. However, she wasn't alone. Behind her, a burly young man who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old appeared in everyone's sight. It was Zhao Pan, whom Sei-to had met before. Pan, why aren't you greeting him? Zhao and I, who was sitting low, said with a stern face. Pan greets Father Zhong. Zhao Pan, who respected his mother very much, bowed as he was told. The so-called Zhong was the second in the 4 generations of Bo, Zhong, Ya, and Ji. In modern terms, it was second uncle, and so on. Thus, it was translated as uncle. However, in this situation, it was more like a stepfather. The only difference was that it was different from a real stepfather. It was more or less the same as a real stepfather. That is, I always respect you as a father, but I don't really recognize you as my father. Sei-to, who didn't care about the meaning behind Zhao Pan's address, chuckled and nodded, accepting Zhao Pan's greeting. This allowed the nervous Zhao and I to relax. Sit. Sei-to pointed at the empty seat in front of him and said. Zhao Pan didn't say anything else and sat down cross-legged next to Zhao and I. He turned his head and looked through the curtains at the palace outside. Clearly, even though he agreed to move in with Sei-to because of his mother's persuasion, he was still unhappy and wouldn't let it go so easily. Old Ma, start the carriage. Remember to go down South Street. Sei-to, who had completely ignored Zhao Pan, said. Yes, my lord. The coachman called Old Ma replied and shouted, Go! Then, he started the carriage and slowly drove off. Speaking of South Street, I heard from the people in the palace that my lord husband has just published a new book called Shuawenjiezi and written the new characters that my lord husband created in it. It's currently being sold in a shop on South Street. Is that true? Zhaoye seemed to have thought of something and asked. Yes. Sei-to softly replied. My lord husband is truly amazing. He was actually able to imitate the High Sage and create new characters all by himself. Zhaoye, who had received an affirmative answer, didn't doubt it at all. My lord husband, do you have any more of that book? Zhao and I curiously asked. Do you want to read it? Sei-to asked with a smile. The latter and Zhao Qian nodded in unison. Sei-to didn't beat around the bush. With a flip of his hand, 2 Warring States editions of Shuawenjiezi appeared in his hand and handed them to Zhao and I and Zhao Qian. The 2 received the books and curiously flipped through them. For a moment, the carriage fell silent. The only sound that could be heard was the occasional flipping of the pages. 10 minutes later, the carriage arrived at South Street. My lord, we've arrived at South Street. The carriage driver reminded. Hearing this, everyone came back to their senses and looked out from the curtains on the left and right, as well as the door in front. In an instant, a bustling scene appeared before everyone's eyes. They saw a carriage stop in front of the Fragrant Book House's signboard with the character Zhao and Li written on it. The workers noisily took out soft rice paper from the shop. However, it was only rice paper. At most, there were 2 or 3 pieces of good ink and a few brushes of different thicknesses. As for the book, not a single person showed any interest in it. It's so lively. Zhao Qian, who had never left the palace, softly said. It seems that my lord husband's paper is very popular. Zhaoye continued. However, they didn't notice that Sei-to, who had seen this scene, frowned slightly. It seems that I need to increase the profits. Sei-to thought to himself. Old Ma, start the carriage. Let's return to the residence. Sei-to immediately ordered. Yes, Marquis. Then, the carriage began to slowly move again. Are we not going to take a look? Zhao Ye asked doubtfully. No. Sei Ito said indifferently. Perhaps sensing Sei Ito's lack of interest, Zhao Ye didn't say anything else. She gently leaned her body against Sei Ito's body. Zhao and I and Zhao Qian also didn't say anything. They once again focused their attention on the book in their hand. The rest of the journey was uneventful. The carriage smoothly returned to Madame Ye's residence. I'll help my sister arrange Pan Er's residence, Zhao Ye said as she got off the carriage. Okay. Sei Ito responded softly and brought Zhao Qian into the residence. However, they didn't stay for long. After sitting for 10 minutes, they brought the refreshed Guoxiuer and her dowry maids back into the carriage and drove towards Guozhong's residence. Chapter 1965. Wu Shiqiang, Wu Yingyuan/Wu Yinzhen, greets my lord. The 3 strong men, 1 old and 2 young, saluted with their hands folded. Wu Shiqiang, the old head of the Wu family. Wu Yingyuan, the person in charge of the Wu family, Wu Tingfang's father. Wu Yinzhen, Wu Yingyuan's 3rd brother. The reason why the 3 of them appeared in front of Sei Ito was because this was the Wu castle. Just like in the palace, the return to the Guo family was also smooth. Therefore, after having a cordial lunch with Guozong and his 2 sons and discussing some matters with Guozong, Sei Ito brought Guoxiuer and her maidservants back to Lady Ye's mansion. He brought Wu Tingfang, who had been waiting for a long time, to the Wu castle on the grassland outside Handan City and began the return trip. However, Sei Ito's identity was still there. Even if he came to the Wu family as a son-in-law, no one in the Wu family dared to give him a grand gift. They still paid their respects in the usual manner, which was what they saw before. Old Castle Master Wu, you are too polite. Sei Ito returned the greeting. Although he said so, Sei Ito's actions were not polite at all. When Wu Tingfang was not paying attention, he immediately released his mental strength and pierced into the minds of Wu Shiqiang and Wu Yinzhen, as well as another youth with a pale face and weak footsteps, whose face was full of arrogance. He seemed to be Wu Yingyuan's son and quickly changed their consciousness. In a moment, the 3 of them were shocked and looked at Sei Ito with respect. Sei Ito secretly gave a look to the Wu family people and did not let them greet him. At the same time, he smiled and held Wu Tingfang's hand and walked to the side. He sat down with the Wu family people. My daughter is naughty by nature. I didn't neglect my lord, right? At this time, Wu Yingyuan opened his mouth and said, Father, Wu Tingfang said shyly, unwilling to comply. Ha ha ha, don't worry, father-in-law. I'm very satisfied with Tingfang. Otherwise, I wouldn't have specially brought Tingfang to Wu Castle today. Sei Ito laughed and joked. It's good that you are satisfied. This way, the entire Wu family can rest assured. Wu Shi smiled. Humph. Regarding the words of his grandfather and father, Sun Jingrong snorted. Wu Tingfang, who was feeling very dissatisfied, let out a soft snort. By the way, this is... Sei Ito looked at the youth sitting at the bottom of the Wu family and asked. This is my son, Ting Wei. Wu Yingyuan hurriedly introduced. Then, he turned to Wu Tingwei and said in a low voice, Hurry up and greet the Marquis. Wu Tingwei greets my lord. Wu Tingwei hurriedly got up and bowed. It is indeed him, the one who wanted to betray the Wu family in the original work and was executed by Wu Yingyuan himself. Sei Ito thought to himself. Then he nodded and chuckled, Yes. If you work hard for your father, you might be able to achieve something in the future. Yes. Wu Tingwei, whose mind was filled with loyalty to Sei Ito because he was under the control of the hypnosis technique, responded with a serious expression, as if he had heard an imperial edict. Then, everyone sat together and chatted for a while, which was considered to be the return gift. By the way, I heard that the Wu family recently recruited a new swordsman. He is known as the young Master Red Embellishment. Not only is his swordsmanship superb, but he also has an extraordinary appearance. I wonder if this is true? Seito suddenly asked at the end of the conversation. It is true. That person's name is Lien Jin. He is a swordsman recommended by one of the directors, Wu Hei, Wuxia replied. I wonder if I can meet him? Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. Marquis' orders are naturally impossible, Wuxia Qiao answered. Then, he opened his mouth and called a servant over, asking him to call the young Master Red Embellishment, Lien Jin, over. It didn't take long, only a little more than 3 minutes, for a handsome young man with a red tasseled crown, a yellow warrior suit embroidered with dragon patterns, and a pair of black warrior leather boots walked into the hall. He was very tall, at least 1.8 meters tall, and had a strong build. His body was full of masculine charm. Lien Jin greets Marquis Jilu, Madam, Old Fort Master, Master, Third Master, and young Fort Master Sunday. Lien Jin cupped his hands and bowed. Lien Jin's forehead was high and wide, his eyes were straight, his nose was straight, his lips were tight, and his eyes were sparkling, as if he had an indescribable arrogance and conceit. You are Lien Jin? Seito asked with a faint smile. Yes, Marquis, I am Lien Jin. Lien Jin lowered his body and answered softly. I heard that your swordsmanship is very high? Seito asked again. I'm naturally inferior to you, Marquis, but compared to those warriors outside, I don't think I'm a match, Lien Jin replied. His words were filled with flattery to Seito and full confidence in his own strength. You're very confident, Seito said with a chuckle. Lien Jin, who knew that Seito had not finished speaking, did not say anything and waited quietly for the rest. I'll make a move later. If you can take it, I'll give you the position of the chief guard of the Marquis' mansion. If you can't take it, then there's no value in your existence anymore, Seito said faintly. Upon hearing this, Lien Jin's skin tightened and his pupils constricted. Obviously, he vaguely sensed that he did not know how he had offended the newly promoted Marquis Jilu, making him feel a little dissatisfied with him. Could it be because of Wu Tingfang? However, he knew that he could not refuse this suggestion, so he did not hesitate and agreed respectfully. Since you're interested, Marquis, I'll naturally accompany you to the end. Seito chuckled and stood up from the cushion. He walked around the square table to the center of the hall and stood opposite Lien Jin. Lien Jin straightened up and slowly pulled out the bronze sword hanging from his waist from its sheath. He held it in his hand and pointed the tip of the sword at the ground. His gaze was solemn as he stared at Seito opposite him with rapt attention. At this moment, Seito stretched out his hand and gestured to the side. With a crisp bang, a bronze longsword suddenly flew out from the side and shot into Seito's palm. He held it tightly. Seeing this, Lien Jin, who had originally felt somewhat relaxed, immediately felt his heart tighten and became extremely heavy. I'm going to make a move, Seito said as he slowly moved the sword in front of him and pointed the tip of the sword at Lien Jin. The moment he finished speaking, the scene fell silent as if it had been affected by some strange existence. The entire hall became deathly quiet. There was no sound at all, as if it was a vacuum. One move, only one move. I'll definitely be able to take it. Feeling the changes in his surroundings, Lien Jin, whose forehead was slightly sweating, repeatedly encouraged himself. In an instant there was a soft thud. A light breeze blew past his face and lifted the corner of his clothes. Then, the shocked gazes of Wu Shixian, Wu Yingyuan, Wu Yinzhen, Wu Tingwei and Wu Tingfang entered his sight. Lien Jin, who could not understand the expressions of the Wu family, almost instinctively had a bad premonition. You've lost. At this moment, he heard Seito's voice from behind him. What? Lien Jin's pupils contracted and he said in disbelief. Then, in the next moment, a large amount of ice crystals quickly spread over Lien Jin's body. In the blink of an eye, Lien Jin and the new bronze sword that had been inserted into his mouth were frozen together. Seito, who had faintly moved his hand and put away the power of the world that he had obtained from killing Lien Jin, said indifferently, "Have someone carry him down." "Yes," Wu Shixian replied respectfully. Then, he called the servants and had them carry Lien Jin, who had already turned into an ice sculpture, down. "Have Tao Fong come to my residence tomorrow," Seito ordered as the servants carried Lien Jin down. "Okay." Wu Yingyuan nodded and agreed. "In that case, I won't disturb you any longer. Tingfang, let's go back." Seito nodded slightly and said to the people of the Wu residence, "Okay." Wu Tingfang replied and stood up from the cushion. She walked to Seito's side and then left the hall with Seito under the Wu family's escort. She sat in the carriage and moved with the carriage towards Handan City. "Are you angry?" On the way back, Seito suddenly asked. "No." Wu Tingfang shook her head. "Then why are you unhappy?" Seito asked softly. "I'm just a little emotional," Wu Tingfang said softly. "Emotional about what?" Seito reached out and wrapped his arms around Wu Tingfang's slender waist. He pulled her into his arms and asked softly. Wu Tingfang rested her head on Seito's shoulder and closed her eyes. She replied softly, "Is it because Tingfang can't touch men in the future? You think I killed Lien Jin because you used to like him?" Seito said with a chuckle. "Isn't that so?" Wu Tingfang raised her head and looked at Seito's face. "Of course not. Although there may be some of the reasons you said, it's more because he was originally one of my targets to kill," Seito explained softly. Wu Tingfang's face showed a confused expression, which made her look a little cute. "You don't need to understand this. You just need to know that you will still be the same as before. Your husband, I am not that narrow-minded," Seito said with a smile. "Really?" Wu Tingfang asked in disbelief. "Really? What? You even believe your husband's words? It seems that I have to punish you." Seito raised his eyebrows and said. After saying that, without waiting for Wu Tingfang's reaction, he immediately pressed her down on his lap. He raised his right hand high and slapped Wu Tingfang's perky buttocks skillfully. "Pa!" A clear and crisp sound immediately reverberated in the carriage. "How can you do this?" Wu Tingfang, whose cheeks were suddenly red, rebuked. "You're my woman, what do you think?" Seito raised his eyebrows and said. Then, he raised his hand and slapped Wu Tingfang's perky buttocks again. However, that was it. The next action changed from slapping to stroking, gently rubbing Wu Tingfang's perky buttocks. Under Seito's stroking, Wu Tingfang's face became redder and redder, and a hint of spring began to appear on her face. It was obvious that she was already aroused. For a moment, the air in the carriage suddenly became dark. Chapter 1966. My lord, we have arrived at the Marquis residence of Great Deer. At this moment, the moving carriage stopped and the coachman's voice sounded. That's right, it was the Marquis residence of Great Deer. On the way back from Wu Castle, Seito recalled what he had seen in front of the shop on South Street. He did not ask the coachman to drive the carriage back to Madame Ye's residence. Instead, he asked the coachman to take a detour to Marquis residence of Great Deer, which was given to him along with his fief. "I understand," Seito replied as he withdrew his hand from Wu Tingfang's inner clothes. "You stay in the carriage. I will be back soon," Seito said to Wu Tingfang, who was lying limp in his arms. Wu Tingfang, whose face was flushed red, nodded lazily and agreed. Seito stood up and got out of the carriage. He stood beside the shaft of the carriage. "Tsk, it has only been a few days and the huge Marquis residence of Great Deer has actually become desolate," Seito could not help but click his tongue as he looked at the huge residence that was no longer as prosperous as it was in the past. Instead, it was emitting a desolate and decaying aura from the inside out. Then, he strode to the front of the marquee residence of Great Deer. He pushed open the door and walked straight in. Just like the decaying aura emitted by the entire residence, there was not a single servant in the residence. There were many piles of junk in the courtyard, as well as signs of vandalism. The residence was spacious and empty. The luxurious items inside were all moved out, as if it had been robbed by bandits. This should be the work of the slaves who were investigating Zhao Mu's death and who escaped later. Seito thought as he walked slowly in the marquee residence of Great Deer. But this is good too. It will be convenient for me to use it. Thinking of this, Itsunari no longer hesitated and his mind moved. He summoned a dozen young men and women. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Seeing Seito, the young men all knelt on one knee and greeted him. "Rise," Seito said calmly. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The latter expressed his gratitude and stood up from the ground. Seito ordered, "I'll give you 1 day to clean up this place. Convert all the rooms here into an academy that can be used for teaching." "Yes," the youths replied in unison. "Here are the things you might need." Then, Itose flicked his finger and threw a black ring in front of one of the young men and said softly. The latter did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly reached out to take it. "Go ahead," Seito said. "Yes," the youths replied. Then, they dispersed and began to tidy up the marquee residence. Seeing this, Seito did not stay any longer. He turned around and left the Great Deer Marquee estate. He returned to the side of the carriage and entered. He ordered the coachman to take him back to Madame Ya's residence. 10 minutes later, the carriage stopped in front of Madame Ya's residence. "Husband, you're back." Seeing Seito come out of the carriage with Wu Tingfang, Zhao Ya, who happened to be idling in the courtyard, smiled and asked. "Yes, I'm back." Seito smiled and said, "What are you doing?" "I was feeling a little bored, so I came out to water the flowers." Zhao Ya replied. "Where are Zhao and I Qian and Xiu?" Seito nodded and asked again. "Sister is still with Pan. Qian and Xiu are in the room." While they were talking, the three of them walked into the room. "Husband." Seeing Seito walk into the room, Zhao Qian and Guoxiuer, who were chatting in the room, quickly stopped talking. They stood up from the couch and called out softly. "What are you talking about?" Seito asked with a smile. "Nothing much, just some girly things." Zhao Qian replied softly. "Let's hear it." Seito, who had already walked in front of the two girls, reached out his hand. He wrapped his arms around Zhao Qian and Guoxiuer's waist and led them back to the couch. He asked with a smile. "I'm not going to tell you." Zhao Qian's face turned red, and she struggled slightly to get out of Seito's arms and said softly. "Ha!" Seito let out a low laugh. Then he looked up at Zhao Ya and said, Go find 2 servants. I have something to tell them." "Okay." Zhao Ya didn't ask what it was and immediately nodded in agreement. She turned and walked out of the room. "You must be bored at home." Seito turned his head to look at Guoxiuer, who was still sitting in his arms, and asked. "It's okay, I can read." Guoxiuer replied softly. "Other than reading?" Seito turned his head to look at Zhao Qian, who was standing on the side, and asked. "I can probably embroider something." Zhao Qian thought and said. Guoxiuer also nodded in agreement. "Forget it, I won't ask. When I have time, I'll make a few games for you." Seito shook his head and sighed. He felt that the more he asked, the more speechless he would be. Games? What games? At this moment, Zhao Ya, who happened to hear the tale, walked into the room with 2 servants and asked. "Nothing, you'll know when the time comes." Seito shook his head and said. "Okay then, I won't ask. Here, the servants you wanted." Zhao Ya rolled her eyes at Seito coquettishly, then pointed at the two servants beside her and said, "Ah Ming and Ah Quan, greet the Marquis." The two servants who were pointed at hurriedly knelt on the ground and bowed their heads. "Get up," Sei Ito said softly. "I want you to go out later and find a place with a lot of people to spread the news that Marquis Julu is going to set up an academy to teach all the children of the right age in Handan City how to read and write. Also, spread the news that he had already ordered people to renovate the original Marquis mansion. Is there a problem?" After the two stood up, Sei Ito asked again. "No." The two quickly shook their heads and said. Although the two of them had never spread rumors before, it was not that they did not know how to do it. They just wanted to use the opportunity to spread the news. It was very simple for them. If there was a problem, it could only mean that the two of them were useless and could not be used. "Then go," Seito said. "Yes." The two of them replied respectfully, then turned and left the room. "My husband wants to set up an academy?" Zhaoye asked in surprise. "Yes." Itose nodded slightly and admitted, "You saw it on the way back from the palace. Although I created new characters, it's still not enough. I even used paper books to spread the news, but there was a response. Almost no one heard about it. This is not something I want to see, so I plan to use another method to implement it." "But even if you set up an academy, those young masters from the noble families might not want to enroll, right?" Wu Tingfang said with a frown. Just as Wu Tingfang said, in this era, there was only one famous academy in the world, and that was the Jixia Academy in the state of Qi. Other than that, there was no academy in the world. Even if there was one, it would not attract many students, much less a new academy that Sei Ito had casually set up. The children of the noble families would definitely not go because they could not afford to lose face. At this moment, Guoxiuer suddenly said, "My husband, are you not targeting those sons of the noble families?" As soon as she said that, everyone in the room immediately looked at her. Guoxiuer's face turned red. Her expression was somewhat shy. "Earlier, when my husband had those two servants pass on the message, you said that you want to teach all the children of the right age in Handan City to read, not specifically the children of the noble families. Thus, Xiu'er boldly guesses that my husband's intention is not to use rumors to attract the attention of the noble families, but to really attract all the children in the city to study. Thus, we can promote clerical writing," Guoxiuer said softly. "Xiu'er is indeed clever." Seito laughed. "But how many children from the common families can be taught?" Zhaoye frowned. Zhaoye did not mean how many children of the right age could be taught, but how many of the children of the right age could read. During the Warring States period, the rich were literate and the poor were martial artists, so they wanted to study. If one was not a noble, it would be difficult for them to achieve anything. In fact, most of the common people were illiterate. Thus, even those geniuses from the various families of the Warring States period, when they taught their disciples, they would find those who could read, and not those who started from ignorant children. The reason was simple: it was too difficult to be enlightened. In addition, do you need to collect money to teach in the academy? How much money do you need to collect? If you collect too much money, even if the children of the common people want to learn, they will not be able to afford the cost of studying. Following that, Zhaoye expressed her concern from another angle. Is your husband short of money?" Seito asked. "Although I have not seen husband, I think you should not be short of money." Zhaoye shook her head. Just the daily toys in the residence were worth tens of thousands of gold, or even more. Not to mention the new wine sales that were gradually becoming popular outside. If he really wanted to be ruthless, even if he could not be as rich as a country, it would not be difficult for him to dominate a land. Moreover, Zhaoye knew that her husband had the support of Guo Wu and Zhao Wang behind him. Money was definitely not something that he lacked. "Since you are not short of money, how could I take a liking to those little scholars?" So as long as they are of the right age, I will allow them to study for free. Seito chuckled. In addition, so what if they are illiterate? Enlightenment may be difficult for others, but it is not difficult for me. So as long as they are of the right age, even if they are ignorant children, I will accept them. His Zhaoye, Zhaoqian, Guxior, and Wu Tingfang all gasped when they heard this. They were shocked by Seito's generosity. Husband, you're trying to enlighten the masses and establish a great achievement. Zhaoye sighed. When the time comes, will you ladies be willing to help me? Seito looked at them and smiled. Husband, what are you talking about? Since we are married to you, we are family. How can we not help you? If this gets out, we will be laughed at. Zhaoye charmingly rolled her eyes at Seito. The other three nodded in agreement. Good. After the academy opens, you, Zhaoanai, Qian'er, and Xiu'er will go to the academy to be the dean, left disciple, and third minister. Seito smiled. The left disciple, like the scholar of Zhao, was an official position unique to Chu. It was mainly responsible for foreign affairs, just like the diplomats in the future. The third minister was also an official position unique to Chu. It was responsible for the ancestral temple worship and the education of the children of the royal family. It was a pretty good job. As for the dean, the head of the academy, and the principal, there was nothing much to say. Are you going to treat us as Dr. Chu? Zhaoye teased. Dr. Chu was Chu Yuan, who had died more than 20 years ago. He was still very famous. When he was alive, he had been the third minister and left disciple. He was responsible for the foreign affairs of Chu and the education of the children of the royal family. If all of you are really Dr. Chu, that would be great. If this gets out, I will have a lot of face. A group of young masters will definitely be envious. Seito laughed and joked. What about me? What will I do? After the laughter subsided, Wu Tingfang asked with dissatisfaction. You? If Tingfang is willing, then you will be responsible for the discipline of the academy. Seito thought and said. Good, that will be it. Wu Tingfang said with satisfaction. Seito smiled and turned to look at Zhao Qian and Guxior. He said, Qian or Xiu, in the next 2 days, find some time to organize the writings of the various schools of thought and those books that don't belong to any school, such as the Spring and Autumn Annals and the Book of Songs, and give them to me. Okay. The two nodded and agreed. Husband, you want to spread the teachings of the various schools of thought? Zhaoye asked curiously. I am not so kind as to teach them disciples. Seito curled his lips and said. Then, Zhaoye asked even more curiously. It is very simple. I want to use these teachings to promote my clerical script. Seito chuckled and said, You have to know that these teachings of the various schools of thought are very popular among the scholars. If I print them one by one, what will happen? Students will definitely fight to buy them so that they can study them day and night and compete with others, Zhaoye replied. Then what if these books are like my Shuowenjiezi, printed in large clerical script and small script of the state of Zhao? Seito chuckled and said, Husband's plan is indeed sinister. Zhaoye said in shock. How can you use sinister to describe something that benefits the world? Seito pretended to be unhappy and said. Zhaoye rolled her eyes at Seito and ignored him. All right, do what you want to do. There is no need to accompany me, Seito said. However, for the noble women of the Warring States period, accompanying their husbands was their proper business. Other than that, they couldn't find anything else to do. They didn't have to do laundry, cook, raise children, and teach like commoners. They also didn't have to sell their smiles and perform to earn money like the common people. They could only sit there and do nothing. Therefore, Zhaoye and the others still sat around Seito and chatted with Seito about the school and teaching. After a moment, Seito seemed to have suddenly thought of something and called, That's right, Yer. What? Zhaoye looked at Seito in confusion. Tomorrow, send someone to the Zhao family inn and invite Zhao Ba's daughter, Zhao Ji, to come to the residence and teach the guards and servants martial arts, as well as the singing and dancing of the female servants, Seito said. Okay. Zhao Ye nodded and then glanced at Seito. She asked with a faint smile, Husband, where did you hear about Zhao Ji? After she said this, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guoxiu all looked at Seito strangely. Chapter 1967. The next day, morning, Madame Ye's residence. Tao Feng and Guo Huai greet the Marquis. Tao Feng from the Wu family and a middle-aged man who, like Guozhong, always had a smile on his face. However, he did not give off the feeling of being as dangerous as Guozhong. Rise. Seito, who was sitting at the head of the table, said. The two of them stood up and raised their heads to look at Seito. However, in the next moment, Guo Huai felt dizzy and his consciousness became hazy. Fortunately, this did not last for long. Very quickly, his mind became clear again. However, when he looked at Marquis Zhu Lu in front of him, he could not help but feel even more respectful than when he saw his master Guozhong. Guo Huai greets the Lord. Under the influence of his emotions, Guo Huai knelt on the ground again and bowed. Rise. Seito said. Thank you, Lord. Guo Huai replied respectfully and stood up. At this time, Ito-sei didn't do anything, but the void flashed, and 4 male figures suddenly appeared in the room. From today onwards, the 4 of them will be your assistants. They will be in charge of selling books when the Guo and Wu family caravans travel. Seito said as he pointed at the 4 men who suddenly appeared. The so-called Guo family and Wu family's caravans were the Wu family's annual nationwide purchase and sale of female servants, and the Guo family's monthly weapons shipment. This time, Ito-sei planned to use the existing trade channels and routes of the 2 families to ship books. He planned to sell the paper books with clerical script to all parts of Zhao country, and even the surrounding countries. He wanted to spread the word. Zhang Wen, Li Liang, Wang Pai and Zhao Shen greet the 2 managers. The 4 people who were pointed at cupped their fists and said. Tao Feng and Guo Huai did not dare to be arrogant and hurriedly raised their hands to return the greeting. You may leave. Remember to send someone to Madame Ye's fief in 5 days to retrieve the books. After seeing the 2 sides greet each other, Seito said calmly. Yes. Tao Feng, Guo Huai, Zhang Wen, Li Liang, Wang Pai, and Zhao Shen replied in unison. Then, they slowly left the room and disappeared from Seito's sight. Afternoon on the streets of Handan. Have you heard? What? The rumor about Marquis Zhu Lu. Are you talking about the academy that Marquis Zhu Lu wants to open and recruit all the children of the right age in Handan City? This is it. Of course I have. Do you think this is believable? How would we know about this? But if it was true, that would be great. Maybe that stinky brat of mine can also recognize a few big words. In your dreams. Even if that rumor is true, can you afford to go to school? Do you have the money to buy books, paper, and ink for your child? This sigh. That's why it's better to just listen. Sigh, why is it so difficult for us commoners to read and write? Similar discussions and sighs could be seen everywhere in Handan City. It was still afternoon. On a street somewhere in Handan City. Hiring! A young man suddenly shouted. The next moment, a large number of idle men rushed to the front of the young man and surrounded him in the middle. Where are we hiring? What kind of work? How much is the salary? Following that, a cacophony of questions buzzed like flies in summer. Quiet! The young man who was annoyed by the noise shouted. The people around him stopped talking and quieted down. The place where we are hiring is Madame Ye's fief on the outskirts of the city. I don't know what kind of work we are doing, but the salary is very generous. 1 cloth coin per person per day. If you are willing to work, you can go to Madame Ye's fief and find an old man there, the young man said loudly when he saw that everyone had quieted down. Wah! The people around him instantly became rowdy. Cloth coins were a type of currency used during the Warring States period. They were divided into pointed cloth, round foot cloth, square foot cloth, three-hole cloth, and so on. In terms of value, they were only slightly inferior to the knife coins used by various countries. Each coin could buy about 10 pounds of millet. Therefore, one cloth coin per day was equivalent to 20 to 30 pounds of millet. It was very generous. However, the young man ignored these people. He squeezed through the crowd and went to the next place. He still had a few places to inform. Seeing that the young man had left, the men stopped talking and dispersed. They hurried to Madame Ya's fief on the outskirts of the city. At the same time, in Madame Ya's fief, "Old man, tell us, what kind of work are there?" A barefoot man in linen clothes who reeked of sweat asked loudly. That's right, that's right. Old man, tell us quickly." The others echoed, cough. In the crowd, the old man who was called Old Man coughed loudly and signaled for everyone to be quiet. Then, he looked at the crowd and said casually, "There are two kinds of work. The first is to be like those people and become farmers. They are responsible for planting the foreign vegetables that Marquis Zhu Lu gave out." Following the old man's finger, everyone saw a man and a woman working in the fields with strange wooden tools not far from the factory. The second is to be like them and become coolies. They are responsible for moving sand, cement, and breaking stones for the paving team. Then, Old Man pointed to another group of men who were working behind a horse-drawn machine. "Then, do we get paid to be farmers?" After a moment of silence, one of the men asked. "Yes," Old Man said. "How much?" The others asked with shining eyes. "1 cloth coin per person for 5 days." Old Man said slowly. "What about those people?" Another man looked at the workers who were following the paving team and asked. "1 a day." Old Man didn't even lift his eyelids as he replied slowly. "Let's do it," one of the men said loudly. With him taking the lead, more and more men followed suit. "But first, I'm here to remind you that you have to do it. Do your job properly and don't slack off. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to get your hard-earned money, you might even lose your life here. Do you all understand?" The old man raised his head and looked at the men as he coldly spoke. Everyone's hearts tightened and they quickly nodded. They expressed that they understood. The next day, the grand renovation of Handan City began in the middle of the city. At the same time, even more exciting rumors spread in the city. "Have you heard?" "What?" "Marquis Zhu Lu wants to start an academy." "I heard. But this has nothing to do with us. Just treat it as entertainment." "How is it unrelated? Don't you know that Marquis Zhu Lu's new academy doesn't accept money? As long as the child is under 14 years old, regardless of gender, they can be sent to the academy to study." "Are you serious? Free of charge?" "Really? I heard it from my distant cousin who is a servant in Madame Ya's residence. How can it be fake?" "Tsk, Marquis Zhu Lu is so bold. Aren't your son and daughter under 14 years old? Why don't you give it a try?" "Really free of charge? That's what my cousin told me. Unfortunately, my sister is over 15 years old this year. My mother is looking for a husband for her. If not, I would also send my sister there to study. If she is interested, she might even marry into a noble family. That way, my family will have a good life." Then came the third day. "Have you heard?" "What?" "Marquis Zhu Lu's academy." "Of course I have. The entire city is talking about it now. It's hard not to hear about it." "Then do you know what the new academy is called? Who are the principals?" "I don't know." Let me tell you. The new academy is called Zhu Lu Academy. Marquis Zhu Lu will be the principal himself. At the same time, Madame and I will be the principal of the female academy. Madame Ya will be the left disciple. The third princess and Madame Xior will be the head, and Madame Ting Fong will be the head. They will be recruiting students soon. Wow, Marquis Zhu Lu wants his whole family to go to war. Of course. Looks like Marquis Zhu Lu values this academy a lot. Yes, maybe we should bring our little brat over to take a look on the day of the academy's opening. Yes, if it's really free of charge, we can make use of the opportunity to let them learn more words. In the future, our family might have a doctor too. With your little brat's character, dream on. Guzzi, what did you say? Are you looking for a beating? With your old face, you want to beat me up? Dream on. Little brat, you are looking for a beating. Ding ding guang guang. A series of sounds rang out. On the fourth day. Have you heard? If you have something to say it. You don't want to hear it, right? Fine, I won't say it. Hey, come back. My tone was wrong just now. I will apologize to you here. Please forgive me, don't take it to heart. Humph, that's more like it. Forget it, I won't blame you. 5 days later, in front of the original residence of Marquis Zhu Lu Academy's selection will begin. Remember to bring your little dog there. Thank you, big brother. No problem. Is it really free to go to the academy? How would I know that? Anyway, it's only 5 days. When the time comes, you can just go and take a look. If it's not true, just bring your little dog back. Even if it's just a few steps, I can't let your little brat lose a piece of meat. That's true. In the midst of the rumors, another piece of news that was similarly spread did not attract the attention of these commoners at all. Instead, it was the students who were studying in the city and the famous scholars from the country of Zhao who were shocked. They all exclaimed softly, "Are you serious? The Fragrant Book House is really starting to sell books on the theories of the various schools of thought?" "Yes, I heard that someone has already bought it." "No, I have to go and see for myself." Soon after, amidst a series of surprised cries, young masters and scholars of various heights and sizes, but their faces were full of eagerness, took carriages and rushed to the Fragrant Book House on South Street. They got off the carriages and quickly squeezed into the shop. Chapter 1968. 5 days later, in front of Marquis Zhu Lu's residence, which had been renovated into Zhu Academy, the residents of Handan City gathered in front of the academy. They stared at the tightly shut doors of the academy and the cement road that led to Madame Ye's residence. After 10 days of construction, the entire southern outskirts of Handan City, from Madame Ye's residence to the current Zhu Academy, as well as the streets leading to the palace, the Fragrant Book House, and the restaurant were all changed into flat and neat cement roads, replacing the original lush streets. Under the anticipation of the crowd, time slowly passed. Could it be that Marquis Zhu Lu was frightened by the scene here and didn't dare to come? In a certain corner, among a group of youths who were dressed like the children of a big family, a man said with a face full of mockery. The person who spoke was none other than Prince Xiaoyuan, Zhao De, who had a conflict with Zhao Ye and was taught a lesson by Sei Ito in the end. That Marquis Zhu Lu is probably regretting it at home. He shouldn't have said that he would accept the academy for free. Now, even his intestines are probably green with regret. Another young master added, "Ha ha ha ha." The young masters at the side were amused by this and laughed exaggeratedly. Hearing their words, even though the Handan City residents were unhappy, they didn't dare to refute. Instead, their anxious hearts wavered even more. Could it be that it's like what those young masters said and he's regretting it? However, his worries were quickly dispelled by a sudden commotion. Look! It's Madame Ye's carriage. As a prominent figure in Handan City, Zhao Ye's carriage and the driver were clearly remembered by the residents of the city. Thus, the moment the carriage drove over, it was recognized by the sharp-eyed residents. It's Marquis Zhu Lu and the others. Hearing this, the Handan City residents immediately relaxed and heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, there was a strange creak. The tightly shut doors of Marquis Julu's residence, which had been renamed as Julu Academy, were slowly opened. Dozens of men in martial attire with weapons at their waists ran out and stood on both sides of the street, shouting for the residents to keep quiet. Under the support of these warriors, the originally chaotic procession due to the appearance of the carriage gradually stabilized. They watched with anticipation as the carriage stopped in front of the academy. Then, the curtains were pulled open and Saito walked out. Then, Zhaoanai, Zhaoya, Zhaoqian, Wu Tingfang, and Guoxiuer came out. Whoosh! Almost as soon as they appeared, the surrounding citizens of Handan City immediately pulled the children beside them and knelt down, bowing their heads deeply to show their respect for the Duke and Marquis. Rise, Saito's voice, as if there was a megaphone of the academy. His voice reverberated throughout the entire academy. Whoosh! The civilians stood up and looked at Ito-sei in the car. I know what you're looking forward to. Yes, as the rumors in the city have said, I am indeed going to open an academy and accept students regardless of gender. I will also waive the fees for students. Now I will personally admit it. You can rest assured, Saito said with a smile as he looked at the many residents on the street. During the Warring States period, even though the Marquis had all kinds of problems, their credibility was unquestionable, even if they were notorious nobles. The words spoken in public and the promises made would also be believed by the civilians. It was completely different from the later generations, where there was a lack of trust. Even the words between two friends could not be trusted. So the moment Ito-sei finished speaking, a loud cheer immediately sounded from the mouths of the civilians. They had no choice but to cheer. In the current era where documents were controlled by the government and the School of the 100 Schools, having the opportunity to study meant that there was a chance to change one's fate and make one stand out. In the future, one could even enter the imperial court as an official, become a minister, a doctor, or a noble. This would give one a name and a status that was comparable to the situation in the future where one could study and enter a university. Thank you, Marquis Julu. Thank you, Marquis of Julu. Thank you, Marquis of Julu. Following this, it started out as a small group, but it soon became more and more. In the end, it became the cheers of all the residents present, which reverberated like thunder in the sky above Handan City. This situation continued for more than a minute before it calmed down under Saito's signal. Alright, let's not waste any more words. I now announce that Julu Academy is officially open for students, Saito said with a smile as he looked at the residents. Then, he turned his head to look at the 6 men standing at the entrance and continued, Zhaoren, Zhao-yi, Zhao-li, Zhao-ji, Zhao-xen, Zhao-da, begin the registration. With that, he brought Zhaoanai, Zhaoya, Zhaoqian, Wu Tingfang, and Guoxiuer down from the carriage and walked into the academy, disappearing from the sight of the residents of Handan City. Yes, Zhaoren, Zhao-yi, Zhao-li, Zhao-ji, Zhao-xen, and Zhao-da replied in unison. We will now begin the registration process. Everyone, please come forward in order. The surrounding warriors will maintain order. If there are any troublemakers, chase them away. If there are any troublemakers, chase them away. If there are any who cut in line, chase them away. If there are any who force themselves on the weak, chase them away. Then, one of the 6 people took a step forward and announced loudly in front of the crowd. Then, the surrounding warriors dispersed into 6 groups. They stood at the 6 square tables that were just brought out of the academy and slapped them twice. Their hands were on the hilts of their swords as they glared at the surrounding residents and helped the man sitting on the chair behind the table maintain order. Child's name. The man sitting behind the table held a brush in his hand and lightly dipped it in ink. He used his left hand to press down on the paper with the form in front of him, and raised his head to look at the nervous middle-aged man in front of him. "Erwa," the man said with a trembling voice. "Do you have a surname?" the man asked softly. No, no, the man quickly shook his head and said. Age, the man wrote down Erwa's name on the form and asked again. 13, the man replied. Home address, the man nodded and asked again. North of the city. The man said his home address. Okay, this is your child's registration certificate. 3 days later, bring it here. After registering the child's information, the old man picked up a half-broken bamboo stick with an engraving on it and handed it to the man. Remember to take good care of it. Without it, you won't be able to enter the academy. Okay, I got it. The man held the half-broken bamboo stick tightly and said nervously. You may leave. It's time for the people behind, the man said gently. Okay. The man answered and hurriedly led the child away with 1,000 thanks. Name, the man looked at the person in front of him and asked. Now that I have the document, I'm just missing the military merit. Seito thought to himself as he stood in the inner room of Jilu Academy and looked at the Handan city citizens who were registering at the entrance. Noticing Seito's contemplative expression, Zhao and I walked to Seito's side and asked softly, Husband, what are you thinking about? Seito turned around and smiled at Zhao and I. I'm thinking that the Wei Kingdom's diplomatic group should be here soon. Husband, are you talking about Qian Er's marriage? The intelligent Zhao and I suddenly asked. Hearing Zhao Ni's words, Zhao Qian, Guoxiuer and Wu Tingfang, who were originally sitting at the side and reading the teaching books Seito had prepared for the academy, all looked at Seito. Yes, after all, we were the ones who broke our promise first. I wonder how the Wei Kingdom will react. Seito chuckled. Husband, are you worried about the Wei Kingdom's attitude? Zhaoya walked to Seito and asked curiously. Based on her understanding of Seito during this period of time, her husband, who even dared to control King Zhao, was not the kind of person who would care about the attitude of other countries. Worried? No, I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to the Wei Kingdom's attitude being tougher. It would be best if they were angry enough to send troops to attack Zhao. Seito wrapped his arms around Zhaoya's body and sniffed her neck deeply. Ah. Zhao and I, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang and Guoxiuer, who did not expect Seito to say this, all let out a cry of surprise. Husband, why do you have such thoughts? Zhao and I asked with a look of surprise. Because I need military merits. Seito stretched out an arm and wrapped it around Zhao Ni's waist. He pulled her into his embrace and kissed her on the lips. It would be best if it's the kind of unworldly military merit. This way, I can cooperate with the influence of the current civil affairs and let your brother abdicate the throne and become King Zhao. This was the first time he had spoken his thoughts to someone other than Zhaoya. Ah! Naturally, these words once again caused Zhao and I, Zhao Qian, and the others to cry out in shock. How about it? Are you willing to accompany this rebellious husband of mine? Seito chuckled as he looked at Zhao and I in his embrace, as well as Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guoxiuer not far away. As for Zhaoya, she had already submitted. So there was no need to ask. My body and mind already belong to you. No matter what husband does, Zhao and I is willing to be an ox or a horse and serve you forever. After a moment of silence, Zhao and I decisively said. Seito slightly tightened the arm around Zhao Ni's waist, letting her body stick closer to him. Then, he raised his head and looked at Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang and Guoxiuer. Just as sister and I said, Xiu is willing to be an ox or a horse and serve you forever. Although Guoxiuer's tone was soft, her expression was full of determination. It won't affect father and mother, right? Wu Tingfang said with some worry. Then what if it does? Seito asked back. Wu Tingfang's face immediately revealed a hesitant expression. However, she still said straightforwardly. Fang'er naturally wants to follow husband, but father and mother. Seito nodded slightly and turned his head to look at Zhao Qian. Husband, do you know Qian is very grateful to you? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.